Man, this music is really, really comforting. Anyways, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the first stream of Outer Wilds. This game has been on my list for a while now, but I don't know, I always wanted to wait for some reason. Mostly because I wanted to play it, you know, in one go. Obviously not in one stream or anything like that, but I thought that it would be not that great to have too long of a break or pause in between playing it. So I wanted to get Demon Souls out of the way first, obviously. And now I thought it was a great place to start. Thing is, to give a little bit of context, I do know a little bit. I know that people are very often very adamant when they're talking about this game that you should go into it completely blind, without knowing anything about it. And I can fully understand this. I've heard quite a bit about the game. I know that it's apparently a masterpiece, right? For a lot of people, when this released, it was Game of the Year, and it's one of their favorite games of all time. In terms of being spoiled, I'm not spoiled on anything really for the game, I don't think, except for the fact that I know that it's about space, and you have like a spaceship, and there might be, you know, stuff going on in terms of flying said spaceship. So, you know, in that regard, I think I guess you could consider me spoiled on the base mechanic of the game. Other than that, I know very, very little. The thing is, I have seen clips here and there of streamers playing it simply because it's been out for quite some time, and a couple of the streamers that I watch have played it, so every now and again I saw a little bit of it, but never enough to, like, never anything with context really. So I'm mostly blind on this. I know very, very little about it, and I'm excited to play it. And to be fair, a lot of people have also said that it doesn't really matter if you know like little bits and pieces here and there, because the overall thing is still quite a wonderful experience to go through, apparently. So with that in mind, I think I just wanted to experience it. I wanted to play it. I want to know why a lot of people seem so incredibly happy about this game, or why they think it's so wonderful, so special, and apparently, well, one of the best games ever made. So we're finally here. I'm excited to do this. I'm excited to find out what this is all about and what makes it so special. So let's get into it. Also, there's one new thing. Let's see. Well, hello there. Yes, I decided to stream this with my camera because mostly whenever I watch streams, right, the thing that I'm personally most excited about, although I'm also fairly interested in discussions about games in general, so I do tend to watch streamers without a camera as well, but having some quote-unquote live reactions there is hopefully gonna enhance the whole thing, because, you know, looking back, I think it's going to be interesting to see how, you know, anybody reacts to this and how they feel all of this combines into a great experience. But without further ado, let's get into this. Let's see what this game is about and how it starts. Let's see. I was a little bit afraid, which is always the thing. Sometimes nowadays these kinds of games tend to just go into it without a start screen, really, which can be a little bit annoying when you're trying to set it up and make sure that everything works. But let's get into this. Let's see. Okay, so it does present you with a couple of things here. Certain parts of Echoes of the Eye can be intense for some players. If they become an obstacle to your enjoyment of Outer Wilds, a reduced frights option is available in the gameplay menu. Okay. Well, I don't think I'm going to use that. And typically, whatever this means, I don't think this is a horror game, but it might have some of those elements in there. I'm typically not really somebody for horror games as much. Just don't really enjoy that. I don't think this is that, though. Maybe it's also just blood or something. Whatever. Echoes of the Eye, obviously, I do know is the DLC. I bought the... whatever, Archaeology Edition? I don't know what it's called exactly, but the thing that came with the DLC. Thank you for supporting Outer Wilds Ventures. A new museum exhibit is now available in the Village Observatory. Okay. Interesting that they call it an expedition. So are we some sort of researcher then, maybe? Well, let's very quickly have a look at these options. Nothing to invert, that's fine. Sensitivity, we're just gonna have to check out during the game. Autopilot. Disabling this will remove the ability to automatically fly between planets using autopilot. Huh. Do I want that? Not sure. It sounds like some sort of fast travel system. A bit hesitant to turn this off because typically you don't really want to turn those things off. I mean, it might be more immersive to keep it on, but most of the time at some point there's going to be a time where you kind of want that. I'm just... you know, those things that I don't really know about, it's, you know, on by default, so let's just keep it at that. Displays rumor connections between shiplog entries. Disabled to minimize in-game guidance. Ooh, is this difficult? Displays a HUD notification when new information is added to the shiplog. Well, that can be kept on, I guess. Button prompts is fine, and then dead zones. Yeah, I'm really not sure about these options. The problem is, I've become very, very cautious with turning things like this off. I've tried this in a couple of games in the past, you know, over the last couple of years, because I've slowly moved towards starting on higher difficulties in most games, which obviously this is not a difficulty per se, but I've definitely tried to go more into that direction because most of the time I think, especially in RPGs, I've noticed it, there's the thing that a lot of games tend to just be too easy. The problem is you're running into... Never seen anyone ever turn those off. Okay, well, that's a good information then. Thank you. I'm not going to do that. Problem is, yeah, there's definitely an issue, I would say, with more modern games where they tend to be way too easy. So you want to have more of a challenge, but then the higher difficulties or whatever options you get. This seems more like, I guess, hardcore mode that's available in some of the, well, Elder Scrolls games, for example, or Fallout, I think, had a mode like that. And the problem was that it's never really balanced well. I don't think they ever really bother to properly test it or test those modes, which I'm not saying that's the case here, but that's just with other games what I've noticed. So typically you want to keep things as default as possible because mostly that's the kind of intended experience, although I don't really like the word intended because it might be different for different people. It's always, that's the most difficult thing whenever you're playing a game for the first time, is figuring out what the hell the developers wanted in the first place. Okay, pre-flight checklist. Jetpack auto boost can be triggered with a separate button or any time upward thrust is used. Yeah, I guess let's just keep everything as is. Translator auto-equip, freeze time, while talking to others. Okay, yeah. Just a quick thing through here. I don't know if it's a tiny bit too loud, but I don't want to really turn it down too much. Let's go 1 down on every option. Text speed normal, fast, instant. The reveal speed. Let's put this to fast, though. I usually don't like when text is slowly scrolling in while the person's talking. Well, that's just the buttons. That's gonna be fine. Render mode. Oh, we do get a couple of options here. So would be 30 at 4K. Nah, that's dynamic. Is ideal for displays with. Okay. Let's just keep it at 1440p. Improves color blending. That can be default as well. Kept those settings, right? Yeah. Okay. Wow. I'm actually really excited about this. I've wanted to... For how long did I want to play this? Must have been at least a year, probably longer. So let's finally get into it. Wake up. I already love the soundscape. Oh boy, that's a very high FOV though. Oh. So we just woke up. I really wonder, are we some sort of person that goes on expeditions? What the hell's going on back there? Roast marshmallow, okay. Well, let's talk to you first. Slate. There's our pilot. Okay, so we don't have voice acting, I suppose. Back from a pre-launch campout under the stars, I see. Why is Square confirmed? That's weird. Oh, well. So it's launch day, eh? Seems like only yesterday you joined the space program, and suddenly here you are, leaving on your first solo voyage. What do you say? Ready to get this beauty off the ground? It's all fueled up and ready to go. What are the retro rockets? Ready if you are. Are you kidding? Of course I'm ready. It's finally time to test the new landing hydraulics with a pilot instead of the autoflight system. Speaking of pilots, make sure you don't crash the ship the first time you put it down, you hear? Anyway, you'll need to get the launch codes from Hornfels at the observatory before you can lift off. Just bring those here once you've said your goodbyes or whatever. So we're some sort of alien space pilot then, I guess. Hornfels at the observatory. And I guess he's the mechanic? Judging by his, you know, attire. I do want to roast a marshmallow, though, before we take off. Well, okay. I've never actually roasted a marshmallow in real life. I've roasted some bread. Was that too long? Or do you not want to... Oh, okay. How do you roast marshmallows in real life? Do you actually put them in the fire so that they burn and then you put that out? Because that seems not very healthy, to be entirely honest. Not that marshmallows would ever be healthy, but... Okay. Also, are those canned marshmallows? Is that a thing? They only sell them in bags here, I think. Jumbo. What does it say? Jumbo marshmallow something something. Also says that it's new. Oh, hello. We do have a day and night cycle apparently. It's a very big sun. Imagine the sun being this big in real life. Oh, and there's some sort of... Is that a moon? Oh boy, everything Like, the sun moves really fast. That's actually somewhat... not concerning, but... it's a very weird effect. It really makes... oh. Okay, never mind. I thought this is where we were supposed to go. So... where exactly is this Hornfels guy, then? Do we need to go here? Ah. Okay. Why would you not build a staircase? Seems oddly, seems odd that you'd have to jump there. The game's quite beautiful, isn't it? It's definitely kept on the simpler side, but it's has a certain just nature aesthetic to it. Mika, hey, it's you. Slade said you're blasting off on your ship today. I'm really excited to see the launch. Aren't you gonna go into space? Aren't you? You better not have changed your mind. I want to practice with a pro before I leave. Beefed up the model ship. Can I see it? Yeah, we recalibrated the controls and installed better thrusters. Want to give it a test drive? Slade says it's just like the real thing, only less likely to start a fire. Tried to land on one of the geyser pools. How do you say that? Geyser? Geyser? Show me what you've got. What the? I feel like there's a lot going on in the background. Some sort of balloon landing? Oh, wait, what? Did it have to load something? Fly model ship. Horizontal thrust, down up thrust. Oh god. Okay, so if you don't keep the thrust, then... okay, this is a lot more difficult than I thought. It's actually really, really difficult to keep the thrust at a level where it's hovering. Okay. Because if I press R2 all the way in, it's very quick to go up. And it also falls down very quickly if you release it. Ooh, I really enjoy how you can see the different thrusters. That's pretty cool. Okay, are we supposed to land then? It's going to be interesting to see if the real thing also, if you have to keep the trigger pushed in like halfway, because at that point it's going to be somewhat difficult to do. Okay. I think that was an okay landing. So there's down thrust too. Let's just try that. Ooh boy. Okay, yeah. So you can go down very, very quickly. Also falls over quite quickly. Okay. What a landing. I guess that's why Slade lets you fly the real thing, huh? Well, I don't know. The first landing was not that great. Let's see. So this way, I suppose? Find it interesting that nobody's pointing us in any sort of direction here. I mean, clearly that's the observatory where we're supposed to go, but aside from that, launch tower. Okay. I wonder how much we can do at this point. Porphy. Hey yo, hatchling. I hear you're leaving us to seek adventure amongst the stars. When you return, let's you, me, and Gossan open up a bottle of the good stuff. The good stuff is less delicious sap wine and more daunting digestive challenge. I don't know, I've never tasted what they're drinking. I'm only seeking adventure amongst one star, actually. Other stars are too far away. Okay. So I guess we're only going to be flying in the local star system. Another metaphor ruined in the name of scientific accuracy. Well, I mean, nevertheless, I do hope you enjoy your travels. Good luck. Never bad to keep an eye on scientific accuracy, I would say. Outer Wilds Ventures presents Postcards from Orbit. So are we some sort of... Holy shit, that's loud. Are they this loud in real life? I guess they are, right? Rutile? Rutile? You're actually blasting off in that thing, huh? They really don't explode as often anymore. That's not really giving me much confidence in it. I'm told my odds of survival are statistically quite high. Let's go with that. Yeah, the space program's certainly come a long way. I should probably thank you for causing fewer flash fires than your predecessors. By the way, good luck with those retro rockets, which apparently are new or have been redone or something. Okay, are we an expeditioner then, or are we more of a tourist flight agency thing? Satellite camera? Oh, hello. I like this. Old tech, huh? Forward snapshot. This projector is linked to our Sky Shutter satellite, which is currently orbiting Timber Hearth. So Timber Hearth, that's where we are, I guess? The satellite is equipped with 2 onboard cameras. See if you can take a snapshot of our village. Oh, so... Wait a second. These are live pictures then? Oh yeah, they are. So there's an actual satellite that's orbiting this planet right now, and we can take pictures with it? Wait, this is where we are? Or is this another planet? Because it looks a bit more barren? Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, that's where we are. Oh, this is pretty awesome. So this would be forward. Okay. Means there's quite a lot to this planet then. This pilot seat, used by pioneering astronaut Feldspar, is all that remains of our inaugural flight into space. That's the Feldspar. Where does the word actually come from? Because it also, that's the basic ore that you can mine in EVE Online. I think I actually have to look into where that is coming from. Although it's been argued such a distinction requires a breathtakingly liberal definition of flight, that day will nevertheless always be remembered as a landmark achievement in Hearthian history. I wonder what this kind of tech here is. So all of this is, I guess, connected to the space program, and everything might be from former voyages. I wonder what the marshmallows are. Maybe there's some significance to them. I like how everything looks a bit, I don't know. Not like older tech, but a bit more basic, right? As if we don't really have that much. In terms of technology, we're not, you know, it's not super modern technology, yet they're still able to... Definitely has an old school feeling to it in a lot of ways. Some sort of radio. Guess a small... Maybe this is an example of the satellite that's orbiting the place. It seems to have a bunch of cameras. Some sort of spacesuit. It's getting really dark. I definitely already like the place. It has a very homey, very comfortable feeling to it. So it's launch day, huh? Hell's going to miss you. Speaking of launch day, I was thinking about it, and the platform those ships launch from is getting old. Isn't it about time you build a new, less flammable one? The big tree in the village would be the perfect choice. I wouldn't mind helping out the space program, just say the word. Wait. What are you saying less flammable? What are you talking about, a tree? The launch pad is flammable? Let's go with that, actually. Heh, you didn't realize that. Don't worry, it's held up for all the launches so far. It'll definitely be fine for yours. Probably. Okay, yeah. All of you guys really aren't giving me much confidence in this thing. Although it's pretty funny that they do seem to build a whole bunch of stuff out of wood. Which, yeah, that's not really the first choice you'd have for a spaceship, really, right? Oh. Okay. Why is it doing that? Is that supposed to happen? Because it's happened twice now. The first time I thought it was like loading something in for the small little spaceship to test it out, but now I... Hello there, Space Cadet. I hear you're leaving the crater today. If you meet any of the other travelers up there, remind them to take proper care of their instruments, won't you? Tell me about the travelers' instruments. Oh, sure. I made all of their instruments, you know. Let me see. There's Chert's drums, Rebek's banjo, and Gabbro's flute. Oh, he's actually talking about instruments. I thought he was talking about, you know, instruments as in things that show you how high you are flying and you know, in the ship itself, not music instruments. And Feldspar's harmonica, of course, though. Feldspar's been missing for a long time. Sometimes it feels like just yesterday they were playing their harmonica around the campfire. Anyway, you hear music in space, that'll be one of the space program's other travelers. If you feel our company, you can always pull out your signal scope and track them down. Okay, so we can find a couple other people. Meaning we're definitely not the first one that's traveling from here, I guess. And that's also what you were able to see from the small little satellite. It looks like we're in some sort of, yeah, literal crater on the planet. Just made me wonder if maybe because of the crater they can more easily live here. Because, yeah, most of the rest of the planet looked a bit barren. Oh, right. Maybe I should have tried to go into some of the buildings. Hi, kids. Tephra. Hello, astronaut. What's with the radio? We wanted to play hide and seek, but Moraine won't let us borrow their signal scope because it's really delicate and not supposed to be thrown around like that. Why would you throw it? What? Why would you throw it around? Hey, can we use your signal scope? Can we? Can we please? We'll even let you be it. I kind of want it, but I also want to get to my spaceship, so sorry. Aw, really? But we can't play without a signal scope. Play with us later, okay? Yeah. Hopefully we can come back. I mean, there seems to be a lot going on here, so... Okay. Guess we cannot actually enter the huts. ... Yeah, I feel like we might be able to do a lot here later on. Ah, so that's our spaceship, right? Oh, by the way, maybe I should test... Let's see. Nope. Can't really do anything else. What happens if I... Okay, this just pauses the game. Gets rid of the music. Unfortunate. Oh yeah, so that's the launch tower. It really doesn't look very, You know, it doesn't look that well built. I just realized it's in a hollow tree, right? At least that's what it looks like, although I thought it was more stone, but maybe it literally is an old tree. Looks very haphazardly built, to be entirely honest. You're fishing? Fishing rhyme, singing helps me pass the time. You're leaving the crater, guess we'll all be a little busier without you around to lend a hand. That big water planet, Giant's Deep, that's where I'd go. Why's that? One time, after the rest of the village had left to sleep and it was just the two of us sitting around the campfire, Gabbro told me about their first trip to Giant's Deep. Oh, okay, so a couple of other people here have already been to space, have left the planet, and then come back. Interesting. I guess that, yeah, makes sense with what we've seen so far. They landed their ship easily enough in the waves, but couldn't see too far down on account of how murky the water was, I guess, too dark. Gabriel wants to see what lay beneath the surface, so they decided to travel deeper. They traveled down and down, but suddenly Gabriel couldn't go any further. Giant's Deep has a current you can't pass. How do we know that? I guess we have some sort of inert knowledge about some of the things that have already been discovered. Tell me more. I will. I was just pausing dramatically, sure. As though exercising a will of its own, the water was refusing to let Gabriel go any deeper. It held Gabriel back, almost as if it were trying to protect them from something. And then in the terrible darkness, Gabriel saw it. The tentacle of some hideous beast. Ah! Is that all true? Was there sap wine involved during Gabriel's campfire? Okay, I already like this quite a bit. You can be very, very sassy with these NPCs. That all true. Headed from Gabriel themselves, Gabriel can be a little fanciful, sure, but they aren't a liar. I mean, probably anyways. I guess if you want to know if the story is entirely true, you can go see Giant's Deep for yourself. Yes, I shall do that. Observatory 0G Cave. That sounds interesting. I wonder if we can maybe Giant's Deep can be our first destination. I mean, it's the first one we've heard about anyways, although I suppose maybe we're just gonna fly around our home planet for now. I hope the sound effects aren't too loud. It's definitely coming through very, very loudly on my headphones, but I also don't want to turn them down because the game definitely has some quieter moments too. Maybe it would be great if it had a couple more options, right? To either turn down or up the dynamic range of the audio, but it's fine. The hell was that? Oh. What the hell are you doing? Everything here looks so interesting. So, I guess there's quite a few special phenomena that are going on this planet. Let's see, what are you doing? Hi, astronaut. You know the patch of ghost matter inside this fence? Gosson said it used... Oh. Okay, is that something... Is there something wrong with the game, or is it... Are we, like, blacking out for some reason? Nobody's commenting on this, so I suppose it's either... Okay, well, I'm not entirely sure if this is supposed to be part of the game, or if it's just some quirk. Gosson said it used to be bigger when they were a hatchling. Because ghost matter evaporates. Ghost matter. It looked really interesting. A hatchling. So these alien, or this alien species we're playing, they're hatching from eggs. Is that right? It just takes a super long time to go away. I hope there's still ghost matter in the village when I'm grown up. Ghost matter is awesome. It'll burn the heck out of you. Is it supposed to be... It sounds a bit like a radioactive thing, right? Shouldn't be throwing rocks in there. Ghost matter is dangerous. You know, ghost matter is how Tektite lost their foot. Okay. Let's go with super cool. It'll burn the heck out of you. Yeah! I heard touching it hurts so bad, it feels like your whole hand's on fire. Try not to walk into any in space, okay? That sounds bad and painful. Okay, sometimes the lighting's doing weird stuff. But... Okay, so... It does seem, as you can see, like everything's moving really fast, so I wonder if... Maybe the game is resetting the orbit every now and again? Same with the flashes. There is something there, right? Something that seems to be orbiting the sun. And then there's like moons and other things going on. So I wonder if whenever the light does weird things, if it just means that something is flying in front of the sun. Was that the little... I think that was the little space probe, right? That makes the photos? That just flew past? That is awesome. I wonder what... Wait, is that really some sort of balloon? That's what it looked like earlier, but now I'm not so sure. Looks a bit like it, right? And I wonder what that is. Looks like a giant moon. Okay, what the hell is going on with this ghost matter, though? Can we, like, danger. Inside this fence is a pocket of ghost matter. A strange and dangerous substance that's invisible to the naked eyes. The good news is that you can detect ghost matter with a camera. Moving through ghost matter is uniquely painful and will probably kill you. Well, thanks for the information. Don't complain to me if you hurt yourself fooling around. Okay. Is it happening more frequently? That's so strange, right? It's also so... Because if it would be an effect from the game, you'd think that it had more of a fade to it instead of just cutting to black and then cutting back out of it. I hope it doesn't have technical problems. I wouldn't assume so, considering how long it's been out. Oh, wait, this is an actual camera. Aim camera. Okay, can't aim up and down. Ah. Okay. I really like how these cameras work so instantaneously. So, because in most games you'd have, I don't know, something to just look through that showed you this type of deal, but here it's an actual camera that takes a picture and then you can see it. Which I think works pretty well because it has more this feeling of discovery in it, right? Like I said, I was speculating whether or not we're some sort of, well, not historian, expeditioner, whatever you want to call it, right? Somebody who's some sort of scientist who's looking into these kinds of phenomena. Zero G Cave Observatory. Okay, let's see if I can go up there. I'm slightly concerned by the black screens. I hope it doesn't have some sort of weird game over, but scout launcher. Northwest Geyser? How the hell do you pronounce that in English? Because I know it as Geyser. Geyser Mountains. Oh, it just tells you what that is. Okay. Youngbark Crater. Okay. Aim launcher? Oh. Retrieve scout. Take snapshot. Wait, does it... Okay, now it's on the ground, right? Yeah. I was gonna say, does it just keep flying? But no, it flew pretty far, but... Okay. Yeah, the planet looks very barren, right? Also, I was wondering about that when we were trying out the small little spaceship model. Because I thought that it was just a game effect, that it was sort of sucked back to its original position. But now I'm wondering, since this scout thing seemed to have the same technology in it, I wonder if they have discovered, I don't know, pocket black holes or something? Some sort of transportation method of getting these things back. Gaussen. Oh, he's missing an eye. Hey, I thought I might see you before the big launch. Never getting the better of you. And nerves getting the better of you. Natural at this. Well, I don't know about that. A little nervous, yeah. Good. Everyone should be a bit nervous before going into space. Before? Why am I inserting words? I got cocky during my first flight and nearly put a new crater in the moon. Still, I was never as green as you. It's not what Slate says. Oi, you know better than to believe a word that lunatic says about me. They're still sore I made them install a safety harness in the cockpit. Claimed it would throw off the thrust-to-weight ratio. Well, I mean, a safety harness, typically you'd want to have that, right? Honestly, one of these days I'm going to throw off Slate's thrust-to-weight ratio. So listen, there's a satellite, which is definitely not just a piece of broken mining equipment set up down in the zero-G cave and in need of repairs. If you're looking for a little last-minute zero-G practice, head down the lift and into the cave. Or don't, so long as you're confident you can make ship repairs in space. Okay, so I guess it's some sort of tutorial. Run repaired satellite coming up. Yeah, let's do this. Cool. Get to it and try not to concuss yourself before your first launch. Okay. Zero-G cave. I wonder why there's a thing like a zero-G cave here. Wow. Wait a second, this is pretty far down. Are we even... I thought we were on a really, really small planet. Okay, so we have a flashlight too. Ooh, do you think this is zero-G because we're literally in the middle of the planet and so there is no gravity anymore? Well, how would that work, though? Shit, does that work similarly on Earth? If the core of the planet wouldn't be... Like, let's suppose there would be a, somehow a small little space that's only filled with air instead of liquid metal. Or I guess, well, it's not liquid anymore, right? Because of the pressure. How exactly would gravity behave? Because it's... Doesn't it scale with... No, wait. Shit. I actually forgot about the specific formula to calculate that. I'd have to look it up. Wait, the zero-G cave is up? Okay. The cave itself reminds me of the underground parts of Elden Ring, because they also had these like rocks with little sprinkles in them. Suit up. Oh wait, we're not wearing a suit yet. Ooh, looks interesting. Gravity 0.3. So it's already less, but not 0. I like the UI. Okay. Can fly up. Oh. Oh, hello. There's actually somebody here. I was confused about the gravity. Do you see that? Oh, it might be... it's behind my camera. But it's sometimes just going to 0 for some reason. Hey, buddy. Tough. Hey, hey, nice of you to drop down. Getting some zero-G time in. So you're going in there, in the cave. Oh, we're not in it yet. Okay. What? No, I'm fine. Great. Great and fine. I'm gonna drift around down there for a while. Does he look fine? He looks a bit sad. But let's go with this. Ugh. Oh, maybe... I guess he doesn't really like zero-G that much. Why are you down here then? Oh, it's happening again. Yeah, I really hope that's not some sort of technical issue, because at this point I'm getting slightly concerned, but that's... It's gonna float upside down and whatnot. Just, you know, ricochet off the wall, spin around a lot, that kind of thing. Ah, well, let's not tease him. That was too far, wasn't it? You're the worst. Sorry. Wasn't trying to make you uncomfortable. I mean, as long as you don't go in there yourself, should be fine. Although maybe he's not really the biggest fan of the lower gravity here. Because it says 0.4 currently. Should I move my camera? I wasn't expecting the UI to be so high up, but it'll be fine. Wait, how far down can we go? Ooh. There's definitely some sort of effect going on here. So I feel like I might be right in terms of we're getting into the exact sort of middle core of the planet, and that's why there is no gravity anymore. Oh boy. Okay, this is a lot further down than I thought. This actually looks somewhat scary. Lock on. Okay. Horizontal thrust, roll. So is this exactly in the middle of the planet? 0 of 3 repaired. Okay. Match velocity. Okay, I can just repair it. Oh. Okay, so we can automatically adjust to its rotation, I suppose. So this thing... So does this planet have... It almost looks like some sort of gyroscope, right? Okay, that's a weird effect. So is this... Is this cave completely round, then? So you can lock on... Tells you how far away it is and how fast it moves. So only we are moving? Is that correct? It only lets you match the velocity, though, if you're moving significantly faster than it. Well, not necessarily significantly, but somewhat faster. Yeah, I don't really know what this is supposed to be. It looks like some sort of gyroscope, right? Like somewhat similar to the thing they have, or not thing, but things they have on the space station for it to like keep its pitch and everything correct, I think. Don't exactly remember what they were called. Okay, so this just immediately lets you stop. Okay. I wonder if that's the autopilot that was mentioned in the options. Training simulation complete. Okay. Well, that wasn't too bad. Let's see. So this is the cave wall. I don't think this cave was here originally, right? I wonder if they dug down, but why would they build a device like this? Ooh. Holy shit. Why did we accelerate so much? Is it automatically guiding us? Or is the game auto-adjusting for something? Okay, now we have our gravity back. The transition there seemed somewhat more jarring than I thought it would be. Also, I'm not entirely sure, but whenever I fly, it says 0 gravity. But when like, clearly there's gravity here because if I let go, I'm just touching down again. So does the UI always just calculate it based on... So while you're in the air, it cannot calculate the gravity you currently have, I guess, because... Well, that makes sense, right? If the suit has some sort of accelerometer, something like that, built in, then it wouldn't be able to detect gravity while the thrusters are going, right? If the thrusters are quote-unquote matching the gravity of the planet, then for the whatever device calculates how much gravity there is, it would cancel out and it would be 0. Right? Guess that might be what they're going for here. I don't even remember where the hell we came from. Oh, I think it was here, right? Okay. Return suit. Boop. There we go. I like the aesthetics of these things. Looks very patchworky, right? Pretty cool. Okay then. First endeavor into 0G. Let's go back up. Honestly, I find the game pretty interesting already. Don't even really need to go into space. It would be cool to just have a couple of missions here. Yeah, I think the point kind of is to go into space. Nicely done. Of course, it'll be a little more stressful when you're hurtling through space, but just remember your training and try not to hit anything big. I can see you're itching to get off this rock, so go get the launch codes from the observatory and get out of here already. Best of luck out there. Hey, try to avoid getting yourself killed now that I've put so much time into training. Got it? Alright. Ooh, it looks pretty beautiful. Where the hell did we come from? I guess that way, right? I probably could have just looked at the sign. Let's see. Okay, yeah. I'm just guessing that most of the huts are inaccessible. Oh, that's also... It's a very interesting water texture. Oh wait, it's not the water, it's the ground. The water's kind of invisible. It's a cool style they're going for here. Because it does have a little bit of the cell shading aesthetic to it. But it's not exactly that, right? But it works very well. Somewhat simple, yet at the same time definitely very effective at conveying what they're trying to display. So this is the observatory then. Feldspar, Esker, Slate. Wait, why is there's 5 names but only 4 people? Outer Wilds Ventures founding members. Clockwise from top left, Hornfelds, Gossan, Slade, and Feldspar. So who's Esker then? Or is that not a person, but maybe it's a ship? Something like that? That looks funny. Timberhearth's first and only space program was founded to explore the farthest reaches of our solar system. Feldspar was the first Hearthian to be intentionally launched into space. They completed the first orbit around Timberhearth and later made the first of what would be many landings on our moon, the Atla rock. Okay, so it's probably a picture from the moon then. What I find very interesting, I don't know if this is what they were going for here or if it has anything to do really with what the game is. But obviously I'm fairly interested in space and all these kinds of things, so I'm watching Spacetime on YouTube. That's a PBS show. Can very highly recommend it. But they were at some point as a topic were discussing the gravity of Earth and how the size of a planet might influence a species, or it might influence how likely it is for a species to even be able to launch into space. Because obviously, as humans, the fact that we can go into space and that we've explored quite a bit of it does significantly influence our technological advancements, right? And also if we're even capable of living on another planet or even going to another solar system at some point in time. And obviously there is a correlation if we assume that there is other intelligent life out there and whether or not they would be able to go into space. There is a correlation there between, it depends on the size of the planet, right? Because you need more thrust and more power to be able to go into space if you're living on a bigger planet. So Earth, I guess we got somewhat lucky in that we have the ability to not have to use too much power for the thrust to go into space, whereas a planet that has twice the gravity of Earth, it would be significantly harder, right? So that might also influence the, whether or not a potential intelligent species in space would be able to go into space. And, well, the reason for why they were exploring that is because they were talking about, well, how likely is it for intelligent life to develop on a planet that has a certain amount of gravity, or not that much gravity? Because what's so interesting, right, is that planets with less gravity obviously also there's less likelihood of them having an atmosphere, because the gases and everything, well, they need to be held on the planet, right? So the less gravity there is, the more likely it is for there not to be an atmosphere. At least to a degree. Obviously, there are other really important factors at play there, but it's one of those potential explanations for why maybe we haven't really seen any signs of intelligent life, is because maybe they have a lot of trouble even getting to space, simply because they're living on planets with higher gravity than ours. And interestingly here, it looks like the planet's pretty small. Might just be, because of the game, they didn't really want to go with, too big of a planet, but I'm just wondering if, well, technically, if you were on a small planet like this, developing a space program might actually be pretty easy, right, in terms of the technology you would need for it. I wonder if that played a role here in the fact that these guys seem to be able to go to space. Hal. Hey, it's my favorite astronaut. Launch day at last, huh, buddy? It's the Translator's Tool inaugural flight 2. I'm so excited it's making me nauseous. Translator tool? Just think, you'll be able to translate any Nomai text you want, anywhere you are. The two of us put a lot of hours into inventing that tool, so don't break it, okay? Oh geez, do not break it. Nomai. Okay, some sort of ancient civilization maybe that we're gonna explore? Ugh, ignore me, okay? I'm just nervous. I'm not even the one going to space. How are you feeling? Well, I'm excited. Good. You've only been waiting for this day since we were hatchlings. Can't wait to see all your training pay off. So what's the dirt? You here to see the new Nomai statue? New statue. You haven't heard, Gabriel brought it back with them from Giant's Deep, and Hornfeld's just finished prepping it for display. This is it right here. Neat, huh? Huh, okay. Makes me wish we could see what a real-life Nomai looks like, but I guess this is as close as we'll ever get. Check it out. Looks like they had fur. Fur's weird. This is the first fully intact statue I've ever found, and for how old it is, it's in great shape. Ah, geez, I got a little carried away there. Go on, you have a ship to launch. Take care of yourself out there, you hear? They had fur? Really? Oh, I guess they were some sort of... Looks a bit like a goat with a face. Don't want to insult the ancient species, but... The comment about the fur was interesting. Does that mean that there are no animals on this planet? It's only us? Nothing else? This remarkably intact statue was carved by the Nomai, an ancient species who dwelled in our solar system thousands of years ago. Okay, when they say thousands of years, how exactly do they calculate years? Wonder how long this planet takes to orbit the sun, right? Because it might not be as far as we think. Hi, getting underway it seems. Yeah, just starting out. Really excited to see what the game has to offer, because it looks incredibly interesting already. And I still don't know what the heck that black screen is about. Although their artifacts and structures have been found on almost every planet in the solar system, we still have no idea where the species came from or what happened to them. Interesting that they had 3 eyes too, apparently, whereas we have 4. You in for a treat? Yeah, I've heard. That's why I'm really, really excited to play it. I've been wanting to play this for a very long time, and everything that I've heard about it, in terms of how good it is, like a lot of people are saying that this is one of their favorite games of all time, so... And it's already off to really, really... I mean, I haven't even launched, and it's already incredibly interesting. Okay, so we have a space exhibit. Is this a replica of the little satellite that's orbiting the planet? The radio tower here on Timber Hearth was built to receive transmissions from our deep space satellite, and to this day still houses the first ever photos taken of the entire solar system. Oh, so this might be a satellite that they've launched into space, and so it's not orbiting the planet, but the sun, maybe? These photos were made possible by the deep space satellite's unusual vertical orbit that carries it high above and below the plane of the solar system. Ooh, so it's not orbiting on the plane that the planets are orbiting in. Interesting. So I guess it has to have some sort of thrust to keep its orbit then? Because typically at some point, right, if you left it alone, wouldn't it tilt back to the same plane? Well, I guess that would be very, very slow. Thanks to a recent upgrade, the Deep Space Satellite is now responsible for generating the real-time solar system map used by our newest astronauts. Ah, cool. What is this? Watch closely. These balls move on their own. The ground is perfectly level, so what do you think causes the spooky motion? The answer is the moon. As it orbits our planet, the Atla rock's gravity pulls on objects from different directions. In fact, it's pulling on you right now. I love the attention to detail to these things. So I haven't really seen the moon, but there was this giant object floating in front of the sun at some point, so I suppose that was probably it. Okay, so I guess, well, it's a bit difficult to see from here, but whenever it goes past, they'll switch directions. So does the game actually calculate that then? That would be very awesome if it did. God, you can already stay here for a long time. What is this then? Wait, what? What the f... The strange rock moving around in its grotto appears to react to conscious observation. The level-headed among us realize there must be some sort of optical illusion at play, but Gabriel claims the rock exists in all possible states until it is observed, whatever that means. So, like, quantum matter? Like a quantum effect of sorts, but with a giant object? Whatever is actually happening, both sides of this debate agree the effect is extremely creepy. Oh boy. Wait, so whenever it's actually on screen, it doesn't really... It only ever changes location when you're not looking at it though, right? That's a very cool effect. Okay, so can I... What happens... Oh. Let's see. Let's try to keep these two platforms in view. Okay, this way it doesn't move. What a strange... But if I move this way, yeah, then it changes location to this place? What a weird effect. It's not really like... I guess quantum particles would behave in real life though, right? I mean, I'm not that well versed in quantum effects, but that's very unusual. But very cool. And then we have, I suppose these are the planets of our solar system. Stars like our sun generate light and heat by fusing hydrogen into helium. So it's a normal star, similar to our sun. As it grows older, the star runs out of hydrogen and starts to contract. Oh, these aren't the planets, it's how the sun will behave at some point in the future. As the star's core contracts, it gets hotter, causing the outer layers to expand. The star has become a red giant. And the core is hot enough, it starts to fuse helium into carbon. If a star is massive enough, it will continue to fuse carbon into even heavier elements like iron. Ultimately, the star will collapse under its own gravity and then explode in a violent event called a supernova. Based on Churd's observations, this will one day be the fate of our own sun. It's an interesting way to visualize a supernova. I feel like they're already teaching us about things that might happen in the future in the game, right? I feel like we're definitely gonna see that type of matter appear at some point, which this is an awesome way of teaching the player about that. Okay, this is on the planet we're on right now. I'm pretty sure that I've seen those archways from the orbiting satellite when I took those photos. This I don't know, though. That looks very strange. Might be somewhere else, although the planet's surface looks kind of like ours. This crystal was taken from a Nomai ruin on Brittle Hollow. It seems to create a local gravity distortion and was most likely used to traverse steep surfaces. Try it out. So it... Ooh, boy. Oh, that's a very strange effect. So it adds gravity? Ooh. Okay, you definitely have to get used to this. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. It doesn't really... Either it's really, really strong. I wonder how the fall-off works, right? Ooh. Okay, that was weird. Ah! Okay. This way you can't really leave, it seems. Might just be the game. Okay, it's the same description. Because it doesn't really seem to have a gravity fall-off, right? It's equally as strong here as it is at the very center, but it might just feel like that. But then it very quickly loses its effect. What is this? Funny fish. This anglerfish specimen was found attached to the landing gear of one of our ships that flew close to dark bramble. It appears well suited to living in dark places with minimal atmosphere. Okay. So it's a flying fish, then? Not necessarily underwater? Cute little... satellite or spaceship? I'm not entirely sure. The Nomai technology brought back from space by our astronauts has been a great boon to Outer Wilds ventures, allowing us to modify expedition gear in exciting and useful ways. For example, the Little Scout now boasts a warp retrieval capability that allows astronauts to recall their scouts almost instantly. This has dramatically reduced the number of scouts lost to the depths of space. So that's the effect we saw earlier. Both with the like small test vehicle and the probe that we could launch. So they do have, well, a warp retrieval capability. And I guess its effect is built somehow on these weird crystal glass thingy things. What you see here are parts of the Nomai skeleton. We can tell from their skulls that they possessed antlers and, quite unusually, only 3 eyes. Only, huh? The Nomai body was most likely adapted for living exclusively on land. The differences in the Nomai's anatomy, such as their shockingly fragile bone structure, show us that Harthians couldn't have descended from Nomaian ancestors. It's not clear where the Nomai originated from or why they disappeared. We hope to find more clues to this puzzle as we explore our solar system. Yeah, that's a very unusual skull. It does very much look like like the statue they had up front, right? Because for a second there, I was thinking that maybe they don't actually look like that statue, and they just think they look like it. Kind of like people in the past, like, you know, thousands of years ago, thought that dragons existed. I mean, the reason for why that's a thing is because they found ancient bones of, I don't know, mammoths or something, and they put them together in a weird shape, and then thought, oh, you know, this was a dragon at some point. Whereas obviously that was not the case. So I was thinking that maybe these didn't actually look like the statue, but, you know, judging by their skull, it seems they're kind of right on that. Aside from the dwellings and structures they built, the Nomai also made art. This decorated pottery was discovered on Brittle Hollow. Some ancient Nomai art depicts strange animals, foreign celestial objects, and other subjects that can't be found in our solar system, which makes us wonder whether the Nomai originated elsewhere in the universe or simply had vibrant imaginations. Were the Nomai born in our solar system, or were they born among other stars and planets, and if they were, how and why did they come here? Well, if they indeed had some sort of warp capabilities, then maybe they just warped here, right? Because then they would be able to traverse pretty large distances. These are just some of the questions we hope to answer through further xenoarchaeological expeditions. Is that an actual word? Xenoarchaeological? Interesting pottery, though. Now, what is this then? Oh! Wait. What's happening? This piece of Nomai writing was essential to deciphering their unique language. Although this text is linear, Nomai text often branches off from a central point. Interestingly, each branch tends to be written by a different author. Okay, that is a very interesting way to write then. How strange. Like, imagine if we wouldn't write in, you know, just lines and sentences, but sort of circular, and the sentences would branch off. It's such a neat idea. I wonder if that would... Well, I mean, technically you could do it, but I wonder if it would actually be beneficial, right? As in, maybe you could shorten particular sentences because the start of the sentence or something would always be the same, or certain words that get used very often, you could just sort of circle back to them instead of writing them again. Like, I don't think it would really be... I don't think it would make much sense for our language, but it would be funny to try, huh? Untranslated Nomai writing. Old translate. We can actually read it? Cassava, we're nearly ready. Felix and I have finished construction, and she says calibrating the device won't take long. Okay, so now suddenly we can see a branch of the writing. Felix, fortunately, the Atlarock's lack of atmosphere will make calibration simple. After all this time, I'm thrilled to finally resume our search. Okay. So how are we able to translate this stuff? Did we find a... what's the rock called again? The one that was found... Rose something? Shit, I don't remember the name. The one that was found that made it able for us to know how hieroglyphs work, right? The Egyptian writing? I wonder if they found some sort of similar rock here. How would that work, though, for an ancient species that's thousands of years old and doesn't exist anymore? Because with the Egyptians, the good thing was that other languages existed at the same time, and so they were able to put the same writing on the same rock. It wouldn't really be possible here, would it? And that's the real-time solar system map. View map. Oh. Hello. Ah, really awesome. Interesting that you can, like, view this right away, right? Instead of it being something you discover. So they seem to give you a whole lot of information fairly early on. So we've already heard about a lot of these planets, I guess. Brittle Hollow, Giant Steep, Dark Bramble. So Dark Bramble, that's where the fish were, right? And then Giant Steep was the one with the water, and that also seems to have a moon. It looks like here. Then we have Brittle Hollow, that also seems to have some sort of lava rock next to it, maybe? And the Hourglass Twins are the thing that I mistakenly thought was a balloon. And Timber Hearth is where we are. Funnily enough, kind of in the same position as our Earth would be in our solar system, right? That's probably on purpose. So it's almost a bit like an approximate... well, not really. But I guess you could say that Giant Steep is maybe modeled a little bit after Jupiter, right? Although, I guess it doesn't really work for the rest. Cool. Pan view, rotate view. So we can also zoom in, huh? Ah, cool. So that's the orbit of the satellite they were talking about, right? The one that's producing or giving us the ability to view this real-time map. Awesome, awesome. Well, I suppose we're probably going to be looking at that quite a bit in the future. Hey, buddy. Hornfelds. There you are. I just finished pre-flight observations and local conditions are good. Time to get our newest astronaut off the ground. And you'll be our first astronaut ever equipped with the Nomai Translator tool. I confess, I've been giddy all day just thinking about it. We're better equipped than ever to unravel the mysteries of the Nomai. You and Hal should be very proud of your work. I hope at some point they're actually going to go into why we have this translator tool and how they were able to develop it. Tell me, what's your plan once you're in space? Meet up with the other... Oh, right. The other travelers we can meet. And they are playing instruments, right? That's what I remember. I want to go somewhere no one's gone before. I think I'll start with something small. I don't know. I'm going to wing it. Honestly, the most interesting thing to me so far are definitely the Nomai. And from what we've learned, I think they've been to most of the planets, right? So looking into them probably means I'm going to go everywhere. Anyways, I might have guessed as much. No sense in making a translator tool if you're not going to use it to translate anything. Well, that's very true. We've barely scratched the surface of the Nomai writing in our solar system, so we still know very little about them. We've no idea if they originated here or traveled here or why they disappeared. That tool of yours should prove indispensable in solving the mystery of this ancient species. I wonder if they... I mean, they could technically just be a species that travels to different solar systems and then traveled somewhere else after a while, right? If they do have a warp drive, they could do that, which would explain why they're not here anymore. Well then, looks like all that's left is to send you off. All in all, it's a fine day for a launch. Ready to die in space. I don't want to die. Excellent. You'll be needing the launch codes then. Here they are. Best get off the ground before Slate makes any more modifications to your ship, eh? Good luck out there. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Launch codes. Ooh. So, line, vertical line, dot, vertical line, dot. Oh. Is this just permanently on my screen now? I guess so. Hello again. Was there something you needed? Tell me more about Feldspar. Feldspar was one of the 4 founding members of Outer Wilds. I like that the name of the game is the name of their expedition company, if you will. Along with our flight coach Gossin, Slade the engineer, and me. As ground control and later the museum curator, I didn't work with Feldspar as closely as Slade and Gossin did. I can tell you Feldspar was absolutely fearless though. Nothing scared them. I wonder if we're gonna communicate with this guy, like through a radio device of sorts. If he is supposed to be ground control? Test piloted everything Slade ever built. It's a wonder Feldspar lived to see space, frankly, but they did. Flew all sorts of dangerous stunts and explored everything they could find. And then one day they just didn't come back. We don't know what happened, or where Feldspar went, or even whether they're still alive. Well, that's ominous. It's been a long time since they left. So something you needed. Okay. Where are the other travelers? Well, let's see. Chert is on the Hourglass Twins, Rebeck is on Brittle Hollow, and Gabbro is on Giant's Deep. And there's Feldspar, obviously, but of course we don't know where they are, or if they're even still alive. Wait, so earlier it sounded as if they had quite a bit of trouble with certain spaceship systems, but apparently Feldspar's the only one that's not here anymore. Ah, sorry, I didn't even see your message. Yeah, the Rosetta Stone. I remembered Rose something about the stone. Man, I'm really getting absorbed by this game. Feldspar's been lost for a very long time, I'm afraid. Alright. Take care. Can we... Oh, whoops. Oh, didn't even notice. It's very dark in here. Well, I guess that makes sense for an observatory. Let's see. Oh, can I not? Hornfeld's observations. This is incredible. At first I thought the points of light in this image were stars, but they're not. They're galaxies. Bob the Bird, hi. Have you outed the wilds yet? Not really. I mean, I'm still in my pre-flight preparations, I guess you could say. They're galaxies. And this image covers just a tiny patch of the whole sky, which means the universe contains at least 1,000 times more galaxies than were previously imagined. That's one of those things that is just... Even if you're very, very interested in space and everything, it's still something that is so, so difficult to wrap your mind around, right? Because it's one thing to say, well, the universe is really, really big. And you can kind of get behind that idea, I feel like. But then considering the sheer size of our solar system, then our galaxy, and then imagining that there's millions of those things floating around, where our galaxy, just one, already has billions of stars, that's the one thing that I always struggle to really, you know, wrap my mind around. That's so crazy to think about. I think I need to sit down. Yeah, that's sometimes how you feel. And then considering that there's clusters of them and we can sort of calculate their influence on gravity clusters in the universe, or, well, I guess you should say space-time clusters. This is odd. According to my redshift calculations, every single galaxy in this image is moving away from us. So much like in our actual universe then. In fact, the farther away a galaxy is, the faster it appears to be moving away. Interesting. Hey, Crimson, welcome back. It's almost as if the entire universe is expanding. So they know that. Very similar to ours. But if that's true, was everything closer together in the past? And how far back can we extrapolate? Did the universe have a beginning? Well, that's a big question, is it? And even though we seem to be able to calculate everything really, really closely to the supposed Big Bang, we still don't really know how it all started, right? It's pretty cool. Oh god, it's so weird that you almost accidentally always run onto these weird stairs here. Or maybe it just gets bigger and smaller like a massive stress ball. Well, that's the interesting thing, right? It's the whole assumption that everything's moving away. Well, it's not an assumption. We know that it does. And we can sort of calculate it back, but maybe there are other effects at play, right? That are influencing how we see it, and we don't really know about it. I do find that incredibly interesting, because now apparently we've, as of, what was it, like a year ago or something, there definitely speculations now that stuff like dark matter might not actually exist, and it might just be based on a miscalculation of how gravity works, right? So that's going to be really, really interesting to see how that turns out. I wonder if we'll be able to... Hello? If we'll be able to know about that one day. What the hell is happening? Well, that was... honestly a bit creepy. Did it open its eyes? What the hell is going on? That looked like everything I did up until now, didn't it? I think. Where's the guy that was standing next to it earlier? Gravity OP, please nerve, yeah. I mean, it would be awesome if we could influence it, right? If we actually at some point develop a warp drive. What the hell is going on with this thing? Does anybody see this? Anybody around? Can confirm whether it's just me, because seeing that rock earlier that could move. Maybe I'm the only person that actually sees the statue moving? It still moved. Doesn't move back. It screams. That's a very good description of what it does. Hey, isn't it? Oh, wait, that's the moon. So that's the Atla rock. Can even see something on it, right? It looks like trees and smoke coming off of it at some point. Hey. Hey, so did you get a good look at that Nomai statue? Yeah. It looked at me and opened its eyes. Whoa, the statue was doing what? So its eyes opened, and then you saw images from your own memories and glowing lights flying around. So it was my own memories, I was correct on that. You mean like a hallucination? I feel like it's not really that. Listen, no offense, but are you sure you're okay to launch, like medically speaking? No, that statue is definitely weird. I mean, if you're saying it happened, then I guess maybe it did? But why? Hornfeld's tried everything to get the statue's eyes to open, and nothing like this ever happened to them. I don't think you're going to get any answers from the museum statue, but Gabbro said they were going back to Giant's Deep. Don't know which island they're on, though. Maybe they'd be able to tell you more? On the other hand, Gabbro's, you know, Gabbro. So maybe you'd be better off searching for more info on your own. Geez, now I'm really jealous you're going into space. Hey, see if you can use our translator tool to find out more about the statue, okay? Good luck and safe flying. You're a bit less concerned than I thought you would be. If somebody that's about to fly into space tells you that a giant statue just moved and opened its eyes. Well, is it that we got a bad look at the statue, or that the statue got a good look on us? I wonder. Was this something else? They already told you where it was from, right? But let's... From Giant's Deep. Gabbro fished it out of the oceans. Hornfels doesn't know much about it yet, just that it's crazy old and super tough. I wonder why the Nomai carved it. Apparently Gabbro went back to Giant's Deep to try to learn more about the statue. Maybe they'll find some answers there. I wonder if... So the Atlarok, the moon's closest, right? But maybe Giant's Deep would be a good first goal if the statue is looking at us? Why did they make the statue? Good question. You know how Gabbro knocked a fragment of the statue while they were hauling it back from Giant's Deep? Oh, they did? Hornfels analyzed the fragment and figured out the stone it's made from can store information. I heard Slate ended up repurposing it for your ship's computer. Oh, wait, how does it work then? If they know how to utilize it for the spaceship, then can we not access whatever's stored on the statue? If there is something. I'm not sure what the statue opening its eyes has to do with anything, but maybe the statue was made for storing information too. Yeah, obviously. Where on Giant's Deep would I find Gabbro? They said they were going back to Giant's Deep to wherever they found the Nomai statue, one of the islands, I think. You remember Gabbro plays a flute, right? Like all the time. I bet your signal scope could find them easily. If you do see Gabbro, say hi for me. Okay. I guess we're going this way then. Looks like it just leads back down to where we started, right? I love how they built this place up like in this sort of small loop. I always like it when games have a very natural level progression. What is this? Some sort of wood elevator? Hi. Hello, astronaut. Are you going into space today? Are you going into space and never coming back like Feldspar did? Oh. What? Yeah, Hornfeld says Feldspar went away into space and didn't come back. Hornfeld says Feldspar was the best pilot ever, but no one knows what happened to them. So either they found something really, really interesting that they don't want to leave alone, or maybe they're trapped in a weird gravity well, although it's at that point they're probably dead. Have a lot more raw lumber than your average launch facility. Yeah, they don't seem too concerned by the fact that they're using wood for a lot of things, considering they're also using spaceships with actual rockets and flammable something liquid. That is slightly concerning. Hornfels probably shouldn't be telling you stuff like this. Hornfels says that too. Oh, great. But Feldspar disappeared. You might disappear too, right? Well, I don't really think they disappeared. You're not as good as Feldspar, so you should be really careful not to get lost. I get the feeling that somehow we're gonna meet Feldspar. Maybe not alive, but we're probably gonna find them somewhere. Wait, could I have gone this way? Oh, I guess... Nope. Oh, that's very close, though. Well, I think I'm off now. Looks like you're ready for takeoff. The excitement of a launch is fun and all, but I can't wait to get back to working on the new ship. We're working on fixing the autopilot's avoidance system for this one. Oh, so it doesn't work? Great. Sorry. Cool. Nice to know, I guess. Looks like you're ready for... Oh, yeah, okay. Cool guy like me will never die. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. I'm probably gonna fly into some sort of wall right away and just knock myself out. Enter launch codes. Funny that I need to enter them here instead of into the spaceship. But okay. I guess this way only certain people have access to it. Ooh. I don't know. It looks both cool, but also slightly concerning. There's a lot of wood attached to this spaceship. Almost looks like the earliest airplanes, right? Those, like, very, very brittle things they built, like, 100 years ago. But I guess it would be more than 100 years at this point. Okay. Pre-flight inspection. Everything... Well, I can't tell. I've never worked on this thing. Okay. Ooh. Hello. So we have one of these stones in here. What a cool little detail. So this helps us, I guess, to have gravity inside the ship. Made of the finest oak and some duct tape. Yeah, it's definitely not concerning at all. Okay, we have a solar system map. That's pretty cool. That's our space suit. I guess we also have a little probe. No idea what that's supposed to be. Oh, that looks like the launcher I was at earlier. We have a lot of marshmallows, which seems our only food. Details are amazing. What is that? Maybe a sleeping bag? First aid kit. That's definitely important. Oxygen refill. Spot a tree, walk towards it, enjoy. Okay, I don't know if that's really how it works, but sure. Tree. Okay. No idea what this is. So... Hollow's Lantern. Oh, this also has the names of the moons, I guess. Dark Bramble. The Interloper. Oh, is that some sort of comet that's orbiting the sun as well? Or is... No, it doesn't look like the satellite they launched. It looks like something else. Yeah, I'm really concerned if the wooden stuff at some point plays a role here, and whether or not it might lead to us, well, burning to death at some point. Hourglass Twins, Atlarock. Well, I should probably try to go to the moon first, right? Ship log. Whole bunch of things here. Oh. Timber Hearth. Rumor mode. Oh, right. So rumor mode, that was in the options. I guess that's going to tell us where we could potentially go. Interloper, Dark Bramble, Giant Steep. Okay, so these aren't filled out yet because we haven't gotten enough information about them, I suppose. View entries, village, Zero G Cave. One and only Hathian village, main source of explosions on this planet. Okay, interesting description. My statue in the observatory opened its eyes and looked at me. I saw strange glowing lights and my own memories flash before my eyes. Hal says the statue has never opened its eyes before, despite Hornfels' best efforts. So this is a personal diary, I guess. Cave at the very center of Timber Hearth, used by Outer Wilds Ventures to train new astronauts. I successfully repaired another satellite for Gossin. So this also seems some sort of quest tracker thing. Okay. Atlarock. Lunar Ruins. The Nomad text in the observatory talks about calibrating some sort of device on the Atlarock. Yeah, that seems like a good idea to look into that at some point. And Gabbro's supposed to be here. Hal says Gabbro went back to Giant Steep to try to learn more about the Nomai statue in the observatory. You seldom see airtight atmospheric seals made of wood. Well, I mean, if they do use duct tape as well, duct tape can do a lot of stuff, right? I don't know. Do we see duct tape, actually? Some of these... Does it look airtight? I'm really not too sure. Maybe I shouldn't look at it too closely. They're definitely taping some stuff together, though, right? So maybe they have access to some really, really good duct tape. Buckle up. Raise eject cover. Okay. Do I want to put out the... Because typically you would want to put on the suit, right? But this says gravity 1.8. Well, let's try to do this without the suit first. Buckle up. I Okay, this also lets us view the map. That's the same view we had earlier. Oh, wait, now we can see the interloper. It's very, very close now. I guess it's because we have information about it now. So, lift off landing camera. Nice. You can just see below me. Okay. Hold lift off. We can also see that's pretty cool. Autopilot headlights, landing cam, signal scope. Wait, how do I... Ooh, boy. Feels very, very, well, I guess it is lightweight. Very brittle. Somewhat scary. Oh boy. Yeah, the planet's really, really small. But it looks awesome. So that's where we were, right? And then there are a couple of other places we can land. I guess I could explore the planet first. Equip scout launcher, equip signal scope. Oh boy. Everything's moving really, really fast. Okay, so that's probably one of the travelers that we can meet, right? Okay, now I'm slightly more concerned whether or not that's supposed to happen. Are we like losing consciousness, or is the game, does the game have issues? Oh, wait a second, that's not good. That's actually not the game. That seems to be... Oh, okay. Oh boy. Only I see that for some reason. It's cutting out my screen, I just noticed. That's not great. Put away. Unbuckle. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, let me very quickly take a look at... Maybe it has issues with the 1440p or something. That's very strange. Okay, I need to keep a lookout for that. Hopefully that's not going to cause problems. Maybe I have to switch over the resolution or something. Well, okay, that's fine for now. At least I know that it's not like the game doing weird stuff. Okay, let's suit up and take a look at my surroundings. Ship lock, open hatch. One other thing that I wanted to test though. Scout launcher, view map. How do I... Because this immediately just moves the ship if I sit down here. But it says something... Landing cam, electrical systems, reactor gravity signal scope, autopilot. No, never mind. Maybe it just does those things automatically. Ooh. Something about this is really, really... Eerie is not the right word, but it's... The game's just letting you loose, and it feels strange, as if you can very, very easily just kind of lose yourself in space. It definitely immediately creates an atmosphere of unknown danger. Okay, we don't really have that much oxygen, I just realized. So it has numbers on it. Is that like a minute? No, it definitely goes down slower than that. It does show us where the ship is. And that's where we started. That's actually really close. And that's the ruin we saw earlier, right? I wonder if they might want us to explore the home planet first. But then again, why would you build a spaceship to just explore the home planet? Oh boy. Right, I forgot about the flashlight. Ooh. Also, the gravity is not that strong here. It says 0.3 currently. So you probably have to be quite careful not to suddenly fly away into space. Oh, hello. Ooh. Oh, that goes down a lot further than I thought. That's difficult to see. What is that? Yeah, free. I saw. I thought there was some sort of free look in the while you're sitting in the cockpit, but I don't think you can do that. Let's see. I'm not that far away from my ship, but I'm slightly concerned that I can't make it back out of this crater. Huh. It's like glass. Doesn't look like the rock that was switching places, though. Oh. Refuel jetpack. Okay, that's fuel. Chert's research notes. Property of Chert. This is an old crater. The neat thing here is that the composition of the samples I took from the impact site matches the composition of the ice on the outskirts of Dark Bramble. I posit the Atlarok was hit with a piece of the planet that used to be where Dark Bramble now lies. To follow up on, maybe there are more fragments of the old planet Dark Bramble destroyed in other astral bodies in the solar system. Okay. The planet where Dark Bramble was. So did the orbit did something else come into its orbit and is now orbiting instead of the planet? Because this makes it look as if maybe the planet fell apart somewhat and left its pieces behind on other planets. Okay, let's see. Can I get up there? I can. So the jetpack is somewhat strong. It's good to know. Definitely lets you get back to where you were originally. It looks really, really awesome. The asteroid or whatever that is. Especially since it also has that blue looking thing attached to it. And that's the water planet, right? Looks like there are thunderstorms of sorts on it. Okay, let's see one thing though. Let's get back into the ship for now. And I'm gonna try to fly to where I heard the guy play the flute. Ooh, oh boy. It's not that easy to see down where you're... like, down below. Okay, this is where... do I just want to land here? Maybe that might be a good idea. Thankfully, the ship doesn't seem too concerned with, you know, hitting things as long as you're not too fast. Suit up again. Unidentified signal nearby. Okay. So we can still equip the signal scope and then look for where they are. Unknown. Okay. Let's take a quick look at this though. Everything looks so... I don't even know where to go because everything looks incredibly interesting. Eska signal scope log. Hey, wait, that's the guy that was on the picture with all the astronauts on it, right? Or, well, he was not on the picture for some reason. Day 48. Still not picking up Rebek's banjo from Battle Hollow. I'm sure they're fine, but I'll feel better once I can hear their music. Day 51. Listen to Chert play for a while today. Unrelated, someone should tell Porphy and Gossin their flirting is not subtle from an aerial perspective. Oh god, can they just... When you point the signal scope at a place, can they just hear whatever everybody's saying? Well, that doesn't look good. Did the sun just explode? Well... Okay. And now it's showing us our memories again, just like the statue. So everything went back to the point in time where the statue looked at us. But now we're back at the start of the game? Yeah, I was using that, yeah. What the hell? Did we inadvertently make the sun explode by triggering the statue? Slate, did you see what was happening? You're ready to get this thing off the ground. Ships all fueled and ready. These are the same options we had earlier, I'm pretty sure. But now we have this. Did I just die? What, bad dream or something? You still look half asleep, but that's a negative on being deceased. I know it's tradition to sleep out under the stars the night before launch, but if you ask me, it makes you all a bit jumpy. Not having second thoughts, are you? How's the ship looking? Great. Hey, you might get a kick out of this. I've repurposed the spare oxygen tank to be used as an extra combustion chamber. Is that safe? Probably. Wait, we still have the launch codes, though. So, we heard earlier that the statue is somehow connected to storing information? Possibly memories, right? So, does it allow us to keep our memories and it somehow rewound time to this point then? Okay, so I think I was definitely right on the game sort of showing you a bunch of different things, a bunch of information about the other planets and, well, in this particular case, the sun and how it will die. And it actually did, for some reason. Important thing is no one can prove it was us. So the guy we were talking to after the statue did its weird thing, at first he was very concerned by what we were saying, but seemed oddly convinced after a while that that's what actually happened. I wonder if somebody would be able to sense what was going on. I kind of... Well, I feel like I want to go back to where I just was. Let's see, so we can just... We definitely retained our memories, right? So now we can take off right away. Let's enter the ship real quick. I want to see... Because we have the locks, right? Well, this looks different. Lunar Ruins. Lunar Lookout. Harmonica Signal. So it maps everything that we discovered. That is really awesome. View rumored entry. Al says Gabriel went back to Giant's Deep to try to learn more about the Nomai statue in the observatory. So this is exactly what it said previously when we were on the map mode. So this also retains what you've read. Interesting. Eska's signal scope log reports harmonica music coming from somewhere on Timber Hearth. They claim it sounds just like Feldspar's harmonica, but Feldspar disappeared in space ages ago. So he potentially came back, just not to the same crater again? Okay. Lunar Lookout. So that's where I just was. A lookout platform with a spectacular view of the solar system. Eska uses their signal scope here to keep tabs on the other travelers. Okay. So if I mark this location, let's see what that does. I mark the location and then let's just start, I guess. Lunar Lookout. Oh, yeah. Cool. So it keeps track of that. Oh boy. I still think everything's moving really, really fast. It's really not easy to... Oh boy. To target these things. I guess that's why they have the... Oh, so now it shows you relative speed and everything. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh boy. I feel like I'm not using... I could match velocity. I just kind of want to try to... Oof, now I'm way too fast. Okay. Yeah, this is... There is no way to... What would that called? The roll of the spaceship? Oh. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's my scout probe. Okay, so this way we can match the velocity, but that would mean that we're not actually approaching it, right? Oh boy. This is really takes some getting used to. Did it not? Oh yeah, there. It does show me where the thing was. Oh boy. Hopefully I'm not destroying my ship doing this. It's really quite concerning. It's not that easy to... Oh, oopsie. I probably should put on my spacesuit. It's really quite difficult because when you press a button, it seems to put a lot of thrust into it. So you need to be careful because you kind of want to be quick in approaching the thing because you need to actually catch up to it. But then at the same time, you also want to be sure not to be too fast. So that definitely will take some getting used to. Okay, let's read this again. Sun looks fine. Signalscape log. Okay. That's the same thing we read already. Day 55. Banjo music coming in loud and clear today. Sounds like Rebec's doing okay. That oaf, I was worried. I was actually wondering about why they talked about these instruments earlier. I believe it's hold right bumper, then use right stick to roll. Oh, while you're... Okay, that could be it. I'm going to try that, yeah. So the instruments actually have a purpose. That's pretty awesome. Because I was wondering why they did that. It seemed very, I don't know, like a very arbitrary decision. But obviously, if you have a device that enables you to hear other people and they're alone, so they wouldn't necessarily talk, makes sense that they would play music in order to keep track of everybody and make sure that everybody's okay, right? That's pretty awesome. Day 63. Oh, he's been here for quite a while. Today I thought I heard something strange. I don't know. It was probably nothing. Day 70. No, it's back again to day 2. Something strange is coming from Timber Hearth. Okay, I know this is crazy, but the sound from Timber Hearth sounds exactly like Feldspar's harmonica, but Feldspar disappeared in space ages ago. It can't be them. Day 88. It's still here. This is creepy. Maybe my signal scope is broken. I'd better talk to Gneiss. Gneiss? Gneiss? Who the hell is that? Imagine having to learn an instrument to become an astronaut. Funnily enough, I think a lot of them actually do play. Well, I say a lot of them. I definitely remember, what's his name? Chris Hadfield, right? The Canadian astronaut. He took his guitar to the ISS and played it there, which I thought was really, really cool. I mean, it makes, well, they have a lot of experiments to run on the ISS, right? So I guess you don't really have that much time to play and or learn an instrument. But I suppose it's one of those things that would help you kill some free time if you had it. Also, it might connect you a bit more to home if you're in space. Okay, unidentified signal nearby. So let's see again here. If I move with this, zoom in, hold. Oh right, I forgot about my torch. Ah, wait, that's on. That's what he was talking about, right? Ah, there we go. Okay. Oh, I can zoom out again too. So is that where Feldspar is? He's just sort of one crater over. Interesting. Well, that's very far away. What did it say, 17K? Okay. Well, I'm trying to find the person that's on this moon, though. So... Ah, there we go. Oh, it's close to the trees. Well, I should have guessed that. So let's put this away. Ah, there we go. Trees detected. Oxygen tanks refilled. Well, that works very well. A lot better than I thought. So he doesn't even need a spacesuit, because he's sitting next to trees. Very interesting. Hi. Oh, hey, it's you. Ground control didn't tell me you were launching. Long time no see. Actually, I guess it's been a long time since I've seen anyone. Don't the other travelers come by? The lunar outpost saw more traffic back when our ships were less sophisticated and needed more frequent repairs. Nowadays, it's mostly used to keep a set of eyes on things. Okay. So I guess because the moon's fairly close, they didn't really have reason to look at it more closely. I'm still slightly confused by why he wasn't on the picture. Maybe I just looked at it weirdly? I don't know. Sometimes Chet comes by to say hi, but Gabbro's Gabbro, and you know how Ribek feels about unnecessary spaceflight. Wait, how do they feel about it? Don't go. I mean, anything else you wanted to ask? Seems lonely up here. A little. I'm in touch with ground control, Hornfels and Gotham mostly, and they radio up to chat now and then. Okay, so according to our signal scope, the like Timber Hearth where we left is only about 800 meters away, which really isn't much. So I guess they don't have an issue in terms of the signal, you know, having some sort of delay to it. When ground control forgets I'm up here, and they usually do, I launch my little scout at the village. Wait, did they forget about you? I don't blame them. For one, I don't check in as often as the other travelers, since I'm always in one place. And it's not so bad up here, really. At least it's peaceful and quiet. You don't always get that in our solar system. Let alone in our village. Was that you whistling? Probably, or actually, definitely. The other travelers carry instruments, so they don't bother whistling. So, well, I suppose you don't really have to learn an instrument as long as you could also just sing. You can pick up the music with the signal scope, you know. Best spot for that is the North Pole. Great reception. The North Pole of the moon or of the planet? The North Pole is marked in red on your minimap. But the Atlarok is a pretty small moon, really. Just go north. You can't miss it. Okay, so of the moon's North Pole. What is this place? Huh, very funny. Oh, stars above, you're serious, aren't you? That's just depressing. Welcome to the Lunar Outpost, which apparently the space program doesn't bother to teach anyone anymore. When we first started Outer Wilds, travelers used to bring their ships here all the time for repairs. Our spacefaring technology has improved loads since then, but the older ships tended to fall apart a lot. It's not concerning at all, like more than they do now, so they still fall apart every now and again. Using the outpost cut down on the number of launches and landings taking place in the village and also the number of fires. Nowadays, though, it's mostly just me up here, raising saplings from Timber Hearth and keeping an eye on things. That's pretty cool. So he planted all the trees himself then. So technically you would be able to just create a bunch of oxygen on the moon by planting even more trees. Interesting. I guess he doesn't really have a reason to do that. And he just keeps whistling. Ship log updated. It still says unidentified signal nearby. So is that just something that it always says because he's still here? Okay, I want to test one thing real quick, just to be sure, because I feel like it's doing something weird with the rendering. This is probably going to look a lot choppier, but just want to keep it for a short while. Gonna switch it back. Oh boy, okay, well, this looks very choppy. I just want to see if my signal still drops out every now and again if it's... Oh god, okay, yeah, this performance really isn't that great, huh? Refuel jetpack. Oh, right, we can also jump. What was a high jump? Actually, let me try the other mode real quick, because this is really, really choppy. Let's go with the dynamic one. And see if that works better. Nope, does not. Signal identified. Oh, wait, now it's identified. Okay. So I guess I didn't really point it at him enough, or not directly enough to identify him. Okay, let me... Oh, well, that's really bothering me. Yeah, I think my screen seems to have a problem with variable refresh rate or something. Well, I'm going to take a break here in a second either way. So at that point, I'm just going to try to test something with the... Let's just put it back. And I think I'll take a look at the PlayStation settings during break. Let me go up here. I mean, is there anything else we might discover on the moon? Also, I just noticed, so we get a map of the planet/moon we're currently on the left. I guess you cannot see it, that's behind my camera. It shows a bunch of dots and stuff. Oh, there's the... Okay, that's pretty funny. Small little flag here. Oh, right. He was also talking about the North Pole. Oh, okay. So the planet on the left doesn't rotate. Or wait, no, it does. But the... Okay. So the lookout... Oh, and it tracks where I was. Okay, so that's the points on the planet map. The lookout's exactly north, which is actually funny. So I accidentally already was at the right place when I used the signal scope, and that's probably why I was able to hear everybody, right? Okay, let's see. I guess the moon isn't really big enough for it to be... Yeah, we can traverse it quite quickly, which is good. Just gonna have a quick sneak peek at the South Pole then. And we would still be able to make it back to our ship. I guess there isn't really a sprint, right? In order to traverse everything faster, you just jump a little bit or use your spacesuit and the thrusters. Hello. So this is the South Pole. Whoa, what is happening? Did I do that? Oh, there are stairs here too. Oh. Wait, what just happened? Looked like I could move something while looking... Okay, well, cannot look through that. Let's see again. What was that? Oh, hello. So this thing comes by pretty close to the moon at some point. Is the sun getting red again? Or is that just me? It definitely looks more red than it looked in the beginning, I think. Maybe? So it might explode again at some point? Oh, hello. That's one of the things we can translate, potentially. I need to keep a look at my oxygen, though. Yeah, that was weird. It looked like a... Oh. Where's that noise coming from? Yeah, there... Oh, there it is. Oh. Wait, what? So now I can just move it? Ooh, is this some sort of observatory then? It is. And it's the sound we hear is from the planet it points to. Oh, that's pretty awesome. So we can put it to different planets. This would be Brittle Hollow, right? That's the deep thingy, whatever it was called. And this is the sun, most likely? Oh, wait, where is it? Yeah. Wait, is that Brittle Hollow? I can probably look at that, right? Because it looks like it's now looking at the Hourglass Twins. No, wait a second. It is Brittle Hollow. I confused it with the with Dark Bramble. Okay. Wait. So let me put it here again. So I accidentally... Oh, 3 minutes oxygen room. And that's nice. It actually tells you. So I accidentally just moved it into one of these places, and that's why everything moved. Okay. Yeah, that's the sun. But this definitely looks ancient, right? I mean, clearly it is, because it's broken up and everything. So... was this built by the Nomai? And what happens if I put this in here? Nothing. Because I thought that looks like it would point to the place where the Nomai are, right? So I wonder if maybe... Oh, the sun exploded. I was gonna say, it looked very, very red. Okay, so the sun keeps exploding. Is it gonna send us back in time again, though? It's probably gonna show us our memories again. I feel like I didn't really do that much. So maybe I need to be a bit quicker in terms of what I'm exploring. But then again, I also want to, like, explore, you know. But it looked like... So if we put the ball on the thing that looks like their language stuff that we translated earlier, I'm pretty sure that, in theory, it's trying to point the observatory to where they live or where their home is or their base or something. And it cannot do that because for some reason they don't exist anymore. What's that blue rock, by the way? Is that the asteroid starting? I did figure out a bunch of stuff. That's absolutely right. Which I like a lot. This concept is beginning to look really, really cool. You know the ship's a death trap, right? You're lucky I'm in a time loop, because otherwise I'd be super dead. So I guess our figure we're playing immediately also jumps to the idea that it's a time loop. Well, clearly we're keeping all of our memories and stuff. I'm just... Okay, so maybe I need to give a bit of context to this. So I like watching Joseph Anderson streams. I don't know if you know him, but, you know, he's quite a big streamer. But he played 13 Sentinels lately. And that's a game that... Okay, spoilers for 13 Sentinels in case you haven't played it. It leads you into thinking that there is a time loop, or that you can travel through time, I should say, and that there's kind of a time loop going on, but in actuality, it's sort of a loop, but things don't actually loop. They still take place one after the other. So maybe that's why I'm a little bit on the fence of immediately jumping to the idea of it actually being a loop, but clearly something like that. Let's see what he says. And you're lucky I don't have you grounded for medical reasons, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't tell all these people about it. Imagine if somebody... Because for them, right, we're still taking our first ever flight, and we're suddenly beginning to talk about things that we clearly shouldn't be talking about, I guess. Although, I wonder if at some point we can tell them something that we would only know if we had visited another planet or some sort of special location we otherwise wouldn't be able to know about. So maybe at some point we'll be able to convince them that we are in a time loop, if that's what's going on. Okay, before I continue though, I hope this does seem like it's just, you know, stopping everything. I wish the music would continue though. Whatever. But I need to take a quick short break, and after I'm back, I hope that we can figure out more about this. This absolutely looks super, super promising already, and I can definitely see why people like it so much, especially for, you know, people that are interested in, you know, space, and which, in my humble opinion, should be everybody, but, well, either way, it already presents a bunch of really, really interesting ideas and interesting ways. Because when you really think about it, me going to the moon just then, that was my decision. Yes, the game does point you in that direction slightly, but I guess I could have just gone anywhere else, really. So me discovering this sort of observatory or whatever it is, it's just, yeah. That's going to be incredibly interesting to see how the game sort of progresses and shows you different things. Either way, going to take a really short break, and when I'm back, we're going to continue this. So about 5 minutes. Be right back. Alrighty. Yeah, I think I need to figure something out with the music. It's really, really quiet, right? When you're just in the pause menu. So what I just changed is I think I turned off variable refresh rate. So let's see if that fixes the blackouts that I get. For some reason, I wonder why that is. Maybe the game just inherently utilizes... Because it says here that technically dynamic resolution is for displays with variable refresh rate. But maybe this render mode for some reason also has that. Or it does something else with it? I don't really know. Let's see. Because I think what happened is that it somehow, whenever it... because it's not a perfect 60 frames. It has some frame dips here and there when you activate stuff like this. Which is probably due to it maybe calculating some stuff in the background, right? Because you would be... like looking at things that are very far away, and they somehow need to be kept in engine. So that might have been it. So let's see if it fixes it. I hope it does. Okay, before we fly off again though, let's very quickly take a look at... Nope, this is not where I want to go. Although... Slate said you're blasting off this shit. Aren't you? I'm still going. You better be. It's been forever since anyone launched into space. I really, really want to see it. Okay, so we can't tell everybody about us seemingly now being in a time loop. Who potentially said anything about this? Bursting off, they're really doing... Okay, well that's what we already talked about. Launch tower. It's quite far away, though. I wonder if there's a way to get back to the observatory more quickly. Sometimes the ground's really, really dark, right? Is there a... Wait. One... brightness or darkness of the visuals. Yeah, maybe I should adjust this somehow. Although... it looks correct. I think the game is purposefully dark in a lot of areas. Because, well, that's what it would look like without any light whatsoever, right? Which is fine. Don't really mind that, but it's something to get used to, I suppose. Okay. Everybody's still doing their thing, though. So clearly, or at least it looks like nobody else noticed anything peculiar about the time or the time loop or anything, really. Let's take a look. Oh. Hello. So the statue's looking the correct way again, but it still opened its eyes. Hey, guys. Hey, I was just about to come find you. Look, look, look! You've got to see this. The Nomai statue's eyes are open. They, used to be closed. Probably should have started with that, and now they've opened. We're not sure why they opened, since no one actually saw it happen, but this is huge news. Well, I did. Should someone tell Gabbro, or maybe Rebek? Oh, stars, this is so exciting, it's making my stomach hurt. Hey, look at this. The statue opened its eyes. Bet you wish you'd seen that happen, huh? Me too. Well, you know about that. I'm not even a little closer to understanding what's going on with this statue. Is this something you needed? We already asked him this, right? Oh, thanks, I'm good. I wish we could tell them about it, though. Okay. He just repeats what was going on. Everything in here still pretty much looks the exact same. Don't want to spend too much time here since... Well... I don't exactly know, obviously, at this point, but... just sort of feeling it out, it did seem as if the second sun's explosion was somewhere around the same time as the first. So I'm wondering if it's always the same amount of time, or at least close to the same amount. But see, Eska's really not on here, right? Maybe at that point he had already taken up position on the moon? I'm intrigued by the statue, because it cannot be a perfect loop, right? Because then the eyes wouldn't be open, unless, well, unless that's where the loop started. So it opening its eyes is the start of the time loop, right? How would that be connected? I mean, I guess at this point we can't really tell, but I'm wondering how it would be connected to the sun exploding. Because if that would have happened either way, right? Then it's a really, really good thing that the time loop started, because otherwise we would have just been dead and that would have been it. So, in theory, if at some point we'd be able to stop the time loop from happening, do we even want to do that? Do we want to stop it? Because, like, would that mean that we'd die? Okay, Eska's camp. View entry. Eska is growing a crop of trees at the camp. They seem to be doing okay, but they've probably been alone on the moon for too long. Well, I mean, he seemed to do all right for somebody who seems fairly alone. Oh, okay, so this is still marked. Lookout platform, yeah. Village, lunar ruins. Shouldn't the lunar ruins be connected to this? The Nomai text in the observatory talks about calibrating some sort of device on the Atlarok. Ooh, right. I forgot about that it mentioned that. It still looks like an observatory to me, though. Okay, so I cannot really... I guess it didn't really count me discovering this for some reason? Either way, let's try to go back there, because I feel like I still... I didn't go down, right? So I can definitely still do more stuff there. Where is the... Oh, right. So... Well, I can turn this way, but I can't... Can I? The whole roll thing is still a bit weird to me. Man, so much to explore. I actually want to stay on the planet and look for Feldspar, but I also... maybe one thing at a time. Where the hell is the moon? Oh, there it is. Come here. Right, I always forget that you can lock. Wait, does it? No. Okay. Oh, never mind. I was confused by the thing in the bottom telling you the direction you're pointing the stuff. Oh boy. I feel like I'm always overshooting my target a lot. Oh, okay. Let's see. So it actually shows you with those white arrows whether or not you're too fast or, you know, not high enough. So if you point them, or if you make it so that the white arrows disappear, then you're perfectly aligned with your target. Okay, that's cool. Unbuckle. Don't forget the suit this time. Although technically I could just return to the trees, right? It didn't look... because I accidentally exited the ship earlier without the suit on, and it didn't immediately kill me. So I think in terms of, you know, pressure or something, didn't really seem to be too much of a concern. Oh, nice landings. Thanks. It's still a bit, you know, rough. But I guess the ship's built for that, you know, to not always perfectly land flat on the surface. Well, that's also difficult to do because most of surfaces aren't perfectly flat, right? They're really, really round most of the time. Okay, let's see. So let's go into the middle first this time around. So this weird ball thingy is always just lying on the ground, and looking at it will make it so that you can move it. Okay, so they were talking about this device being for some sort of calibration. And as you can hear, whenever it's pointing at a certain object, we can hear sounds from, I guess, its surface, right? But I wonder if that really means all the calibration we can do here, or if there's more going on. Maybe by pointing it in a specific direction, it'll allow us to do something. Trees detected. Oh, these count as trees too. Okay. Let's see here. Let's translate this. Colliers. I was upstairs testing the eye signal locator, and it can hear and follow the signals from the sun, Giant's Deep, and Brittle Hollow. Eye signal locator. What the hell do they mean by that? However, something strange is happening when I ask the eye signal locator to follow the eye signal. The device's indicator rotates wildly and never points to just one direction. So what they're calling the eye here, that's the bluish star-looking symbol. And for some reason we can't point at it directly. If I didn't die on landing, it's a good landing. Okay, oh, I'd take that. So I don't think that it's a small little asteroid that's leaving behind like a blue trail, because that's technically here, right? It's on a weird trajectory, but I guess the observatory would still be able to point at it. Thatch. This is a curious result. It's possible the eye has stopped calling out its signal. Okay. So this is also an actual conversation tree, if you will, right? So this is somebody making observations and then somebody else answering. Felix. And if it's different people answering, that's when it's branching off. That's pretty cool. I see. I most likely calibrated the locator incorrectly. Privet? My apprentice and I will make adjustments and try again. An update. Disappointingly, everything is correctly calibrated after all. It saddens me to posit this, my friends, but I believe this locator cannot detect the eye signal. We would need to build a more sensitive device if we want to locate the eye of the universe. Eye of the universe. So they're not necessarily talking about something that... Because at first I thought, since it was this blue symbol was on the same stone in the observatory where the text was on. So I assumed that that was their, I don't know, origin point or something, their home planet. But I guess it's not. It's something they're looking for. Eye of the universe, as if they're looking for, I don't know, the center of the universe or something. Then we will build it. Don't lose hope. Our search for the eye is what brought our clan to this place. We won't give up so easily. Okay. So that already tells us at least a little bit about them. That's why they came here to this particular star system. I guess. Yeah, this is the symbol of the eye, right? Looks like a labyrinth of sorts. Well, not really. I mean, it wouldn't be too difficult to go in and out of it, but... So that's what they were looking for. They came here. Maybe they found it, and that's why they left again? Also, what are these weird things? Pick up scroll. Oh. Ooh. I was wondering why there wasn't any text on this thing. Wait, so... Yeah, this looks... Oh, you can remove the text as well. Okay, cool. So they were somehow able to store their texts on these scrolls, I suppose. And if we put them in here... Yes, it'll display text. Where should this new, more sophisticated locator be built? It may need to be larger than this eye signal locator is. The southern glacier on Brittle Hollow has ample available space. I could construct a new building to house this proposed locator. Yes, let's build there. I imagine our young friend Connoy would enjoy that immensely. He's always held a great interest in the eye, especially for a child born so long after the crash. That sounds like they didn't come here on their own volition, as if they crashed in the solar system for some reason. I will begin constructing on Brittle Hollow's South Pole immediately then. Why the South Pole? Because that's where this is too. It's on the South Pole of the moon. But unless they, for some random reason, have the same alignment in their axes, the South Pole wouldn't necessarily point into the same direction, right? Anona and those of us originally stranded on Ember Twin. Ember Twin, is that what they called our home planet at some point? They built a quantum moon locator there, but the heat of the sun made its construction challenging. I wouldn't recommend building on that planet. Maybe it's not the maybe it's not our home planet then. Because that doesn't really, I mean, it's not really too hot there, right? Play recording. Okay, so Eska or somebody else was already here. Okay, wow. I've seen this ruin and other travelers' pictures, but seeing it for myself, it's really old, isn't it? But wow, this is the coolest day of my life. Okay, time for some official notes. So this is some kind of Nomai locator. Alright, so they already found out about that. It can point out the different planets, which is incredibly cool, by the way. But from what little I can understand of the writing here, I think it was built to try to find something specific. So I guess the only reason it also points at the other planets is probably to calibrate it, right? It's at least what I assume it would do. I'm not sure. I also was able to translate something about the south pole of Brittle Hollow. So I'll fly there to see if I can learn more. Yep. Just gonna get back in the old ship and take off. Totally safe, mostly safe. Oh, stars above. Oh boy. Feel like it's, you know, lucky they ever got anywhere with their brittle ships. Okay. So it looks like that's everything that we can find out here. Unless... no, it's just Well, the reason why it's broken up is probably because it's very, very old. Man, we really did find out a lot, right? At least that's what it feels like. So there is some sort of quantum moon locator, and then they also built another one of these locators on the south pole of another planet. Okay, let's see. I suppose there aren't really any other points of interest on the moon itself. Unknown 1000, that's not here, right? Nope. Oh, that's Feldspar probably, right? What? Is somebody playing or living inside the sun? What? How does that work? Okay, that was weird. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything else here for now, at least. Maybe at some point we can come back. Oh wait, does it actually show my ship on the left side here? I think it does. Well, it shows where I was, so by tracing that back, we can just go back to the ship. I mean, we still have that I already looked at. Oop. Wondering if these... maybe at some point we'll get a tool of sorts to break these things open. If we really need to. Okay, let's take a look at the ship. I want to see... or the log, rather. Yeah, so it's updated that one. Cool. Still a little bit confused why this is... I guess, well... it's not sorted by planets. So you can either look at the map here, which will sort stuff by planets, right? And this will sort it by the point of origin of the rumor. Right? So I guess somebody in the village told me about the moon observatory. I don't actually remember that, but yeah, sure. Nomai device created to pinpoint the sources of distant signals. The Nomai were disappointed by their failure to detect the signal from something called the Eye of the Universe. Rebeck headed to Brittle Hollow to investigate something the Nomai were doing at the South Pole, and this is also telling us about that. The Nomai decided to build a larger, more sophisticated eye signal locator on Brittle Hollow's South Pole. Oh, wait, okay. Brittle Hollow. Do I want to go there next? I guess I could. I wonder how much time is actually left until the sun explodes. Well, I mean, let's just try, shall we? Although, one thing that I want to do before going to Brittle Hollow is I want to go back to our home planet real quick. And take a look at the other crater. So there's also a ruin here, obviously, with those arches, but... Okay, that's... There's a few different craters, though, right? Wait, let me... Oh, that's the Atlarock. That's where we came from? I think that was the crater we're looking for? think so. Oh boy. That was definitely too fast. Exit ship to repair. Landing gear damaged. Yeah, that's what it felt like. Okay, well, I still survived, so I guess it's a good thing. Oh boy. Oh, wait, we're on... Is there oxygen here? Okay, well, doesn't seem too difficult to repair. I guess there is? Even though there aren't any trees here? Well, shit. Oh, never mind. I need my suit in order to have the, my HUD and the information on the planet. Yeah, okay. Because when you equip your suit, you see the, planet's surface on the left, and you see where you were. There we go. This actually looks somewhat concerning. Oh boy. Sometimes I overestimate the strength of those thrusters, I guess. If the gravity is quite, you know... Well, if you have normal gravity, the thrusters don't actually do that much if you're falling down. What the hell is this place? What is this? So these are the same crystals that we found on the moon, correct? So this would also be a part of the things that we now know apparently originated from... Wait, was it Brittle Hollow or was it... Tektite? Well, you're not Feldspar. Hey, yo, hatchling. Thought you were taking that tin can of yours into space today. What are you still doing here? Whoa, you know that tin can just landed, you know, behind you, essentially? Me, I saw something crash over the horizon and didn't like what I was seeing in the pictures my little scout was sending back. So I thought I'd come over here myself and take a look. Is that a dark bramble seed? You think so? It's nothing I've ever seen on Timber Hearth before, so you're probably onto something here. Whatever it is, it put down roots in a hurry. I don't like the look of this thing, hatchling, and that's a fact. Think I'll set Marl and Hal loose on it. Best get rid of this mess sooner rather than later, and no one can remove an unwanted plant faster than a treekeeper can. I'll have to get a look at what's inside the seed first, though. Don't want to see anybody hacking up a potentially dangerous plant without a better idea of what's lurking inside there. Tuff can help me haul the old scout launcher over here. Obviously, the opening is too small for someone to fit inside, and anyway, I'm not going to blindly stick my hands into anything that looks as unpleasant as that seed does. That's a good way to lose an arm or two. Okay, the sun exploded again. That's interesting. So... Oh, right, I can just equip this? Well, we're gonna explode here in a second, yeah. That sounded as if we can send our scout probe through it. Oh boy. Feels like I'm going off on a tangent now because... If that is true... I don't know, somehow I always, in my mind, I keep confusing Brittle Hollow and Dark Bramble, but obviously those are different places. So Dark Bramble, I think, is where... Oh. Wait a second. So I saw this, whatever space station thingy that's orbiting that other planet. I just noticed that the blue thing at the beginning is always hitting that. And it's breaking apart because of it. Okay, well, I definitely have to take a look at that. Let me talk to this guy one more time. You know the ship's a death trap. Well, yeah, it's a death trap, but really powerful death trap. But you suddenly care about safety now. Okay, so he doesn't say anything new. Let's just get into the ship then. Want to make the most of our time. Well, whatever it's hitting up there, there's probably something to look at later. For now, well, there's a bunch of stuff we could look at. Okay, so the Dark Bramble Seed is here on our home planet. There's more to explore. Oh, that's cool. So, it does show you whenever you can still discover something. Which obviously I know. I mean, he was talking about the probe and everything and potentially sticking his, or not sticking his hand in it. But, yeah. Seed from Dark Bramble crashed here and has already taken root. So that's from Dark Bramble, and it was surrounded by those crystal clear rock thingies, which we also saw on the moon, but there we didn't see a seed. So does that mean that maybe because we're on a planet where trees can grow, I guess they can also grow on the moon, but that might be because somebody tended to them. So maybe another seed crash landed on the moon, but wasn't able to grow or take hold because maybe it didn't have oxygen or something? TechDad wants to use a scout launcher to get a look at what's inside. There's more to explore here. So, well, we're kind of close to this, right? So let's do this. Okay. Dark Bramble Seed, so let's see. 300 meters that way. Is it this crater? Yes. Oh boy. I don't know if there's enough room to land here, really, but yeah, it worked. I guess I don't need to be too, you know, too careful with the ship. Well, you probably don't want to crash land it, but it seems it can take a bit. Duct tape's definitely holding it together really well. Okay. Well then, let's see. How does this thing even work? Photo mode. Let's try it out first. Boom. Okay. So it sticks to surfaces. And then if I press R1 again, it shows me essentially what I'm seeing. Oh, wait a second. Can I look at myself with this? Probably, right? If I move closer and then... Well, there we go. Okay, well, I'm wearing my spacesuit, but... That's cool. Wait, we're constantly carrying around our sleeping bag? Okay, sure. We do look like a proper astronaut, don't we? Okay, let's get this thing back. I really like this. I'm a big fan of the probe launch thingy with its just, you know, wood sticking out the front. It looks like an ancient railgun of sorts, right? All right, well, let's just shoot it in there. Hopefully, nothing's gonna... Error? Duplicate signal. Ship log updated. Ooh. Hey, wait. I cannot... Ooh, boy. Ooh. Okay, so wherever it is, and wherever it now landed, that looks like a campfire, doesn't it? So wherever it is, I wonder if that's where Feldspar went, maybe? You think that he maybe... No, wait. The reason why it came here in the first place is because I found a musical instrument playing on our home planet, and I thought that Feldspar returned. But obviously the instrument wouldn't play if he went through this thing, right? Because this looks almost as if it goes to dark bramble, right? As if the seed has maybe a warp connection to the planet it stems from. Okay. So it landed slightly behind that campfire-looking place. I don't know if this is really on the planet, though. It might also... Maybe the seed has a pocket dimension in it? I mean, clearly we can enter it. Problem is I can't really... So let's retrieve it, which does work. Let's just shoot it again. But it's definitely also, it's physically traveling, right? Go. That almost looked like an anglerfish. Now it's stopped again. Okay. Yeah, it's the same place it went to earlier, so it does seem to be a constant connection then. This place is always leading to the same place, and these whatever wood cave looking things, they look like anglerfish, but I don't think they are. Or maybe they are ancient corpses of anglerfish. And whatever I'm looking at now looks like maybe it's either the origin of these seeds or I want to call it a mother seed. I don't know how accurate that is, obviously. But yeah, there's definitely a campfire there. I have a feeling we're going to meet a person there if we can somehow get to it. Really makes me wonder if this is on the planet. I suppose it would be, right? Because... Wait, can we not... Am I missing something? I thought the jetpack would be... Oh, jetpack booster, never mind. Okay, so in order to actually take off, you have to jump too. Oh boy. Suit puncture detected. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to go through it. Okay, so it definitely doesn't let us through. But I'm pretty sure that it's somehow connected to the planet it came from. So I guess we can establish that. Let's go back to the ship. I want to see the log. I don't think... Well, it's probably not going to tell us more about it, but... It's very pointy. Definitely. So it seems like it doesn't want us to go to its origin point. Although if that's the case, I find it interesting that it's even connected to, well, whatever it's connected to. Unless it is some sort of pocket dimension, which technically it could also be the case. What would that mean? I guess maybe there are multiple seeds. Either way, we're probably going to find another one of these seeds, right? Inside the seed. When I launch my scout into the seed that crashed on Timber Hearth, it ends up in a much bigger space, filled with fog and thorny vines. So I wonder if we're going to find more of those seeds. Pretty sure we will at some point. All right, let's buckle up again. Well, I want to see one more time before we go to that South Pole that was mentioned. I feel like there was another crater somewhere here. Okay, that's just trees. Okay, yeah. The ship seems to auto-adjust to the surface, so it's always essentially pointing down, right? Oh boy. Ugh. Is this the other one? What is this? That sound really, well, makes it sound as if we're pretty rough to the ship. I guess it's okay. What is this place? Oh. Oh. Okay. Is that the water planet? I think it is, right? It looks like it anyways. Wasn't there... Oh boy. Oops. I shouldn't just start walking. I don't think it's the water planet. Maybe. So it didn't really look like it. But at the same time, it definitely just vanished, didn't it? It wasn't fast enough to... Also, I was confused, because if it had been the water planet, technically I should have been able to listen for the guy that's supposed to be on it. Unless they're on the other side. But that still didn't look right. Oh, whoopsie. Okay, I need to keep a lookout on the water planet. I need to... maybe something on it works similarly to the stone we saw earlier. The one that changed its location. Maybe the water planet can do that too, for some reason. Wait a second, can I... Okay, that's the asteroid. That's the thing I was just looking at, right? Yeah, I definitely can't pick up any signal on this... Eska? No. Okay, this time it just vanished behind the horizon. For some reason, the game actually makes you doubt yourself. It very much looked like the planet just disappeared, but it might have been... maybe I just looked away for too long? Let's zoom in. Okay, that's the... I'm pretty sure that's the thing you always see at the start, right? With the whatever space station or something that was, that gets destroyed by something else hitting it. But this definitely has something on it. And the planet itself, or maybe... No, this is the water planet, right? This planet also seems to have thunderstorms on it. So whatever I just saw... Maybe it's like a... reflection or duplication of the same one? Giant's Deep. Can I zoom? Let's see. Yeah, this is Giant's Deep. It has this weird destroyed space station around it and also thunderstorms on it. So whatever I saw wasn't the same planet, maybe? Question mark? Churt's research notes, property of Churt. I've detected a strange signal coming from somewhere within the growth in this crater. It's very similar to the signal emitted by the quantum moon. So stands to reason the two signals are probably related. So we heard about the quantum moon on the observatory thing, right? On the south pole of the Atlas rock. And the Nomai were speculating about it maybe being connected to the eye they were looking for. We don't know much about the quantum moon, seeing as no one's ever been able to land on it, but hopefully studying the signal in the grove will reveal more about it. Maybe that's what I was looking at? A quantum moon? Why would you only be able to... It looked somewhat far away, right? What's so special about this location? Oh, by the way, okay. That's pretty interesting. I need to take a look at the sun more often, because it's still very, very bright, and I think as soon as it turns red and the brightness disappears, right? That's when you get close to the explosion, or supernova. That also looks weird. There's something yellow in the distance. Okay, let's walk further up. I've not been on the tip here. Maybe you can only see this quantum moon from certain locations, and that's why I'm not able to land on it. That's what I just read, right? Yeah. Oh wait, never mind. It looked like you could go further up. Did I just get lucky that I saw it, or... Or do you need to be at a special location to see it? What grove were they to? Oh, over here, okay. God, there's so much in there. It's... You're constantly finding new things to explore. It's actually very, very hard to keep, you know, to stay on one path. Unidentified signal label. Ah, there we go. Okay. That's definitely another one of those rocks that constantly change location, right? And there's even... It's always dark across old bark in the ancient glade. The quiet shade. Who wrote that down? So the rock disappeared, okay. That's not the unidentified signal that's nearby, though, right? I mean, that... Or does this grove allow us to find... Well, now it's really, really close. Now it's just gone. Okay, I have a feeling that even though it says unidentified signal nearby, somehow this is definitely allowing me to see, I guess, where this quantum moon is supposed to be. It's a very, very eerie sound. And judging by the distance that we can see here, it does seem to be constantly shifting locations, right? Yeah, it just jumped. Let me see if I can track it. Although now it doesn't really... Oh, wait, what? Oh. Grove shard. Frequency discovered quantum fluctuations. So whatever we're looking at here seems to be made out of the same material. Probably equally sort of shifts locations whenever you try to observe it. What? Okay. I think I walked into that on accident. Unknown. Wait, it just... That's just water, I guess? If there's water coming out of there, can we somehow move this thing? Because now it's gone, right? I wonder if I can... Nope. Now it's here again? Now it's... Oh god. I want to try to move it onto the... How would I do that, though? Okay, now it's back there. It only seems to move around in a circle. Or can we, like, push it away from us? No. Now it's back there. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Oh, wait. It moved again? Or can I... I wonder if I can influence it in its, like, in the direction that it takes. Oh. Wait a second, I didn't even... The water guys here also moves locations. I didn't even realize. Wait, okay. It's so pretty, it really is. Oh, wait. Is there something in here? There has to be something to this, right? Because at first I was thinking that maybe I would be able to move the stone onto this thing and then somehow catapult it to, I don't know, some other place. Oh, this... Ugh. Oh, we're underwater. Oh boy, okay, this is a lot darker than I thought it would be. Ugh. Okay. Seems like it doesn't let me go in there. Why is it so dark, even with my flashlight? So there's a bunch of rocks. Ooh. Okay, I guess I went the right way. Is that us? Of course now it explodes. What did I just... I'm pretty sure that's us, right? Because they had 4 eyes. The only thing I'm not sure about is if the other things were the Nomai. They did look a little bit like it, right? Not exactly like the statue, but they looked like... whenever the sun is exploding, whenever this happens, right? There is initially a... I don't know, something with like 3 squares that are somewhat similar to the eyes on the statue. That's what it looked like, as if they were wearing some sort of mask. Whoa, okay. These things are really getting complicated to get back to, though, right? Because I would need to go... Well, I guess if you know where to look, I need to go into that water cave again, and then I would have to... Is there a way to get there quickly from here? Not really, because I need the spacesuit to jump around anyways, right? So might as well go into my ship. That is definitely not the water planet. Now I'm looking at it more. Right? That's whatever this quantum moon thingy is supposed to be. Honestly, it looks somewhat close, but the signal that I received when I was standing in that grove, that looked, oh wait, that seemed to be further away. So wonder why it looks so close, unless it's changing positions? Quantum Grove, Quantum Moon. Oh, that's entirely disconnected from anything else. Well, I guess I did just discover it, right? I wasn't given a hint or anything. New entry. There's a strange rock shard in this grove that moves when I'm not watching. It emits a signal on the quantum fluctuations frequency. I found a poem written on one of the trees in the grove. That's the poem that was on the signs. Right, okay. Church's research notes mention a quantum moon that no Hearthian has been able to land on. Wait, that's the grove, right? So I should be able to... Let's see. Doesn't seem too far away. Whoa. Fucking hell, this ship. How can it move so quickly, yet at the same time be so... I don't know. Feels like you're trying to maneuver a very, very delicate, small... I want to say like something you find in a... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, land again. I don't want to be, you know... I don't want to say that the ship is bad or anything, but it does sometimes feel like something you'd find in a box of cereal or something, right? So, like a little toy that you're flying around with. Okay, let's see, where the hell was I? Honestly, what I also find incredibly fascinating is that these things are so interesting to discover that whenever you do, it doesn't actually feel like it feels a lot of time passes in between waking up and the sun explodes. Oh, holy shit. Okay, that can shoot you out quite a bit. So you need to be careful. Okay, let's wait for it to shoot out again, and then I'll go back in. Ah. Stop it! Oh shit, did I hit my head or something? So now it's showing a red outline on the left. I think I flew against the rock. That wasn't great. So can you die? I guess so, right? Okay. Quickly! Okay. Whew. Now I somehow need to find the same opening I just went through. Is this it? God, it's very, very difficult to traverse this thing. You just kind of going into the dark and hope that you find the right place. Okay, yeah, now we have a bit more time to look at this. So I'm pretty sure that those are supposed to be the Namai, right? But with a mask on. Or maybe that's just how they depicted themselves. That could also be it. And this seems to tell us that they found us. Potentially even helped us start a life outside of the water or something? Okay, so this writing's just on the floor. They can do that too. After close observation, mining site 2A wouldn't be safe for the native life dwelling in some of this cave's pools. So unfortunately, we'll have to mine one of the other sides. Huh. Wait, so were they trying not to kill us when they mined this place? On the opposite hand, new life. This species is semi-aquatic and very hardy. The ecosystem here is quite robust, so I believe they'll thrive in the long run. Be cautious near the pools if you visit 2A to meet them. They remind me of the subterranean species that my mentor Meloray once told me about, from where our clan used to travel across this universe. I imagine she would have enjoyed these life forms greatly. There's something really, really cute about this, where they, you know, I imagine us being these tiny little tadpoles that they observed. It's like when we are looking at some sort of cute little species, right? I was watching them once during a rest, and the owls escaped from me. They're fascinating. I wonder what their fourth eye does. Oh, right, because they only have 3. There are a few other cave sites that look promising. What about Site 2B? It shares similar formations and strata. This sounds promising. Will you and your mentor investigate? If mining Site 2B proves safe for this native species, we'll move our work there. So they definitely helped us in our evolution as well, I think, right? Site 2B is safe. Collier says we'll continue to monitor our activity and its effect on life here. Okay. This actually makes me wonder, when you look at the like tadpoles to the left that are still in the water, only 2 eyes are showing. So I wonder if they developed 4 eyes to have 2 to look above the water and 2 to look below the surface. Because that would be really awesome if that's the case. Okay. Is that all we can see here? That's where we came from, I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, wait, we can just go above the surface, too. I didn't even notice that. Oh, boy. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I just noticed. I didn't even look at the left, like the planet's, globe thingy that shows you where you are and where you traveled. So this is literally sort of pushing us through the planet. Somewhere inside the planet. Where the hell are we now? Thankfully, we do have a lot of oxygen. Because otherwise this trip could end prematurely. How is there like a tin can of fish here? Is this even water then? Or is this... some other sort of liquid? Or maybe gravity is just... because why is this stuff not floating around? Okay, so this is... is this another opening? This is not where we originally came from, right? Because we would have seen the things lying around, so... I'm just a tiny bit concerned with going into the hot stream again, because I don't know if we can survive this, but... Oxygen tank. Oh! We're out of the water. Maybe we need it, though. Feels like we're not... ah, there we go. Okay. Ouch. Shit. Oh, we're next to where the ghost meta guy was, right? Where the boy or girl was. Oh god. Yeah, probably shouldn't go in that. Oopsie. Okay, so at least it told me that the red outline on the top left, once that's filled up, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die. Okay. Cool. Well, that does mean, though, that the planet's core most likely has a lot of water in it, or maybe not the core itself. The core itself would be the zero-G cave, right? At least I think it is. And I didn't see water there, but the rest of the planet probably has a lot of water in it. Makes a lot of sense, yeah. Okay. It does make me think, would we be able to... Wait, where the heck did I even come out from? Can we not go back in from here? Oh, this is where we came from, right? There we go. Boy. Okay. Because I definitely want to look whether or not we'd be able to discover more places to come back out of, although I'm not entirely sure if there's a point to that. I mean, technically we're still on the home planet. Because I was thinking that maybe... Because I entered this place via the Grove, where the guy Sears is able to change locations. So I was thinking that maybe somehow it'd be able to be... like... It would transport us to completely different locations, maybe? Okay, I can't go back the way I came, it seems like. Let's see, is there another opening somewhere? Maybe here? Yes, okay. Boy. Whoa. Okay. I'm definitely somewhere else now. Oh, boy. Kinda not what I wanted. It's really, really difficult to get out of this water flow once you're in it. Okay. This looks like now we're exactly on the south pole of this planet. So let's see if I can... This actually looks quite dangerous. Like, it looks hot, but I don't think it's dangerous. Ouch. Oh, okay, now we're back here. Okay, so this seems to be more or less exactly on the South Pole. Very, very interesting that all of these interesting phenomena always seem to be located on the South Pole of planets. So there are definitely a couple of different points where you can go back to the surface. I'm just wondering whether or not there would be any point to actually going through there. There might... of course, there could be other things to discover, right? There could be other small tablets or anything that would tell us more about the relationship between the Namai and our species. But the connections to the planet's surface themselves, I mean, I guess for the most part, they would just lead back, well, to the surface, right? Which we can technically explore without going in here. Although... Somehow this grove has to be connected to the quantum moon, right? Or is it just telling us about it and how it potentially works? The Nomai discovered a species of four-eyed semi-aquatic life forms in the waterways near the mine. There is more to explore here, it tells me, though. So I would have to go back down then? I guess I can still do that, right? Because at some point the sun's gonna explode again, and then maybe technically I could just go somewhere else. Also, how do I... Ah, there we go. Ah, cool. Right. I looked at this at the start of the game and completely forgot about the fact that I had a med pack. Okay, that makes more sense now. So every time we're in the ship, we can actually refuel the thing. Interestingly enough, once you go into your ship, it resets the locations on the globe, like on the UI where you were. Okay. So that's the big opening. And that's the small opening where I came back from, right? But I cannot go... So there's a specific water flow here that doesn't really let you go the opposite way. Okay, that's just stone. So I'm fairly certain, unless in the darkness there would be something else that that I'm not able to see, but I'm fairly certain there's only this way to continue forward. Okay. So here, that's definitely something I haven't been to yet. Oh boy, okay. Are we still on the same planet? Ouch. According to where our ship is, we are. Because for a second there, I was wondering that maybe we arrived on the quantum moon. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Ah, it's another one of those ball thingies, like in the observatory. Let's see, what does it say? Mining Site 2B. Okay. So... they were originally at Site 2A, and I guess they then moved their mining over because they didn't want to disturb us. Okay, let me see. Before I open it, though... I'm pretty sure I should be able to land here with my ship, right? Once you know where this is. I don't want to fall down. Oh, never mind. I can just walk through it. Ah, okay. Okay. We are next to the three arches with those weird squares on the ground. Okay. Well, that should make it quite easy to discover this place again. Although I'd imagine that at this point it will probably also show up in our ship's log, right? And we'll just be able to fly back here. Okay, let's try to open this door. Let's see, so if we... There we go. Pretty cool mechanism. I wonder if those weird little ball thingies have some sort of significance. Like if they're made up out of special material, like the stone that changes position. The bones look surprisingly small, don't they? I mean, I guess... Oh wait, what is... I just noticed. Is my camera doing weird stuff? Looks really choppy, doesn't it? What is that? Let me see. that's not what I want. Why is it doing that? I don't like that. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Well, I'm really not sure why it does that, and I can't seem to be able to figure out why. Might be looking at that during the break, because I do want to take a longer lunch break here anyways, but that's not great. Might just have to reconnect it, but that shouldn't happen, actually. Well, whatever. Let's continue with it, because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be able to see anything here, since the sun might explode at some point. I was just gonna say, on the picture, like on the tablet we found, it looks like these creatures, the Namai, were fairly big, but obviously that was in comparison to the tadpole thingies, right? So maybe they actually weren't as big as we think they were? In comparison, this place looks fairly big, though. There's something over there. I wonder how I could get there. But let's take the path first. This looks incredibly interesting, doesn't it? I wonder if this is some sort of beam we can walk into. Oh yeah, it is. So this can transport us somewhere. Oh, whoa. Never mind. That was the sun. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff lying around here. That looks like we would be able to get more info here. Okay. So I might want to go back down there, and now we should technically know where the door is, correct? I like how the loop works. That's pretty awesome, the whole loop thing. Because at first you'd think that... let me pause here real quick so it doesn't continue the thing. Because at first you'd think that it puts quite a big restriction on what you can do. And it sort of does, but since the game is really generous in terms of, well, I'm saying generous, it just makes sense, right? It points you towards where you were, and all of those places are fairly easily accessible once you know where they are. So you can immediately get back to where you were. It's a pretty cool way of doing this. It's pretty awesome. I like that. Anyways, give me one more second here because I want to figure this out. Be right back. Okay, so it does seem to be fine for now, right? Yeah, it does. That is weird. I need to look into that further. I mean, this is the first time that I'm doing this, like, with the camera set up this way. So I might have to look into that. That's unfortunate. I don't think, or I hope it doesn't just do that after a while. It's definitely nothing to do with the resolution, though, because when I was turning it down, it was still doing it. Even after a reset, so... Let's see. If it gets choppy again, I'll need to figure something else out. I don't know. But for now, let's concentrate on the game, because I want to know what the hell that cave's about. I actually also like how it's not immediately just letting you access whatever you were at. So you're forced to go into the ship first, and then you can look at your log. I wonder if that's some sort of deliberate choice to maybe give you a bit of time to think about this stuff. Okay, so the quantum moon is now actually showing. Interesting. I wonder if the location here has anything, like, is connected in any sort of way to where it actually is. Because the distance that we saw on the signal booster thing, it did look as if it was somewhere around here. At least not too far away from Timber Hearth. But I'm still not convinced that, you know, maybe it can just move locations. I don't know. Quantum Grove. Oh, right. This was still marked. Nomai Mines. The Nomai discovered a species of four-eyed semi-aquatic life. Oh, that's what we heard earlier. And this is their mine. Well, okay, wait. Can I mark location? Hopefully I'll be able to just fly back to that platform close to the waterfall, right? Because if I can, then... It's really, really crazy to me how much there is to discover here, because... Oh, it's in this big thingy. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, and there's the... That's quantum... That's the quantum moon again, right? I wonder if it will just disappear if I try to land on it. Or if you just need to time your landing... Oh boy. If you just need to time your landing in a way where... Well, you need to land while it's still visible or something. Okay. Unbuckle. Let's put the suit on. Oh, wait. Pre-flight checklist. Jetpack auto boost. Translator auto equip. Freeze time will trans... Oh! Cool. Jetpack boost can be triggered with a separate button press or any time upward thrust is used. Oh, that's that option. Oh, that is such a cool way of... So these things are available in the actual options menu of the game too, but they're also here. Freeze time while talking to others. Yeah, let's not turn that on. I think it's pretty cool that it doesn't actually freeze. Freeze time while reading ship log. Okay, well, yeah, that's fine. I think the default options here are definitely the way to go for now. It also freezes time while translating text. I mean, that's fine. It really doesn't make a big difference, I think. Jetpack auto boost. Should I turn this on? Because it does sometimes feel a bit tedious to press X. Is there ever a time where you need the jetpack boost without actually flying? Let's turn this on for now. It's so cool. That is such a neat detail that they would include this as a pre-flight checklist. See beyond the horizon, illuminate dark areas, detect hazards, test the environment. I think you're supposed to use the probe a bit more than compared to what I was doing so far. Right? Instead of just... But I guess... I'm pretty sure there's going to be more... I already read this, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's going to be more... what's it called? There's going to be more places where you can actually use the probe later. When you're in low gravity environment, you might find it's too much of... Oh, right. Because it immediately catapults you forward. Yeah, I can see that. It's definitely much easier to traverse a planet that has a lot of gravity, right? Because this just feels a lot more natural than having to press X all the time. I guess we'll see. I'll leave it on for now. I mean, you can always change the option, right? So if it turns out that it's too annoying later on, then just turn it off again. Okay, let's see. I wonder if I can somehow reverse the stream thingy so that I can go down instead of up from here. Okay. More bones. So this is called a mine. I guess for some reason they wanted to mine this rock. Which makes me wonder if there's something about the rock specifically, like the rock that has the sparkly stars in it. If there's something about it that they wanted to utilize, or I mean, there had to be a reason why they were here for mining, right? Let's see. Oh, holy. Oh, wait, never mind. This just leads back to where it came from. Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, holy shit, this cave is huge, but... Right. So instead of taking the elevator, I guess, you can also just come over here if you jump through the water. Unless the water, like, moves you downwards or something. Also, is there a reason why you would ever want to remove those scrolls? Maybe not here specifically, but... that's definitely something to keep in mind. There might be places where that's beneficial. Oano. I'm still amazed by how much ore the Ash Twin project requires. Ash Twin project. Isn't this the ore for the remaining towers being built on Ash Twin? The completed towers I've seen are quite large. No, the material for those towers is all being taken from Ash Twin. The ore we're mining here will be used to craft an immensely thick protective shell that will physically seal off the chamber inside Ash Twin's core. So is this ore found here on Timber Hearth, is it... I guess it has very protective qualities to it, which might explain why life was able to develop here in the first place. If they're sealing off all entrances, I hope they've planned accordingly. I need the ba-dum-ps sound for this. I thought you had forbidden your apprentice from making puns. How else would he improve? Okay, fair point. I'm relieved by our clan's decision to use Timber Hearth's ore only for constructing the shell. If eventually life on this planet were to evolve to the point of advanced metallurgy, I'm confident we won't have it destroyed their ability to create. Okay. I like their species a lot for keeping that in mind. That's pretty cool. You immediately sort of sympathize with them. They immediately seem sympathetic towards you because, well, simply because they seemingly made it possible for us to live in the first place. That's pretty awesome. Okay, Ash Twin project. Ash Twin. I wonder if that has something to do with the Hourglass Twins. Because the planet itself looks somewhat... Well, looking at it like this, it doesn't look too unnatural. Ember Twin. Oh, Ash Twin. Ash Twin is one of them. Ash Twin project. So yeah, it looks like... I mean, this was fairly easy to see sometimes when it flew by the sun. And then we also saw whatever that other potential space station was near, I think it was near Giant's Deep, that always gets hit at the very start of the time loop, right? So there are definitely a couple of structures that are not necessarily on the planets, but might also be space stations. So I guess whatever Ash Twin project was going on here might also be some sort of space station that they were building. Okay, so that's where we came from. It is a pretty big mine. Also, I guess, judging by the state of this, I wonder if this wasn't even a cave at the start, or maybe just a very, very small one, and it just became a very large cave because they mined so much ore. Pick up ash twin projection stone. Okay, that's the planet, right? Or those twin planets with the connection in between there. Oh, wait, is this supposed to be put in here? Whoa. Holy shit. Okay, this looks quite eerie. Hi, guys. Wait, what just happened? This is Timber Hearth on the right? Because it has the trees on it, it has the rivers flowing, and it also has this where we are now, where it just landed, right? The big, which looks almost like an Aztec pyramid here, because it has almost steps, but I think that's supposed to be a natural landmark. I don't think they built this, I'm pretty sure. Okay, if I put it in again, is it going to show me the projection again? Yeah. This is the same picture though, right? Just with a different... Whoa, that's actually rotating quite fast. Just with a different color. Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3 guys that have lit up eyes or are living. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Wait, what is that? Is it time gated, or is it just me moving a bunch that makes it disappear again? God, the rotation can really make you dizzy. Okay, there's something... No, okay, I think it's whenever you move outside of the area of the projection. Okay. I mean, I have a feeling this is technically telling me something about those twin planets, right? So I'm pretty sure once I'm going there, I might be able to do something with the information that I got here. It looked like some sort of council. I wonder if it's some recording of the past, maybe when they decided on the project or something? Huh. Okay, one more time. It's interesting that... So it's moving the ash twin, like the projection on the plate itself. It's moving it over to the other stone, where previously our home planet was. Which makes me wonder if this is some sort of connection that we might be able to utilize. The thing is, while I'm in here, I cannot use my signal or anything, really. But it does look as if I'm inside something. Because whatever these stars or whatever it is that is moving, clearly it's moving behind something else. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure at this point that it's really just showing you something. So that information might be able to be utilized at some point later on time. I also wonder if these orange triangles have some sort of significance. I don't think they do. They seem more like lambs or something. Hey, let's see. What happens if I put it in here, though? Another projection? Ah, okay. Another translation. My gratitude for the latest shipment, Ueno. This ore should be the last we'll need for the Ash Twin project. Once we finish the shell that seals off the central chamber, we'll check to ensure there are no longer any physical entrances. Rami and I will be checking the interior and then the exterior for cracks. Our final safety check. So whatever I just saw, I wonder if that's supposed to be a projection from inside that chamber. Right? Somehow? This is exciting news. Can I offer an extra set of eyes for this final check, specifically mine? If my work here is complete, I'd be delighted to help. We'd be grateful if you would. The more eyes the better, as the smallest flaw or opening in the shell that protects the Ash Twin project could lead to disaster. Okay. So, if I try to think back, when you look at this thing from space, or, you know, just what it looks like from the outside, wait, did it change? Okay, whatever you look at in this game, you always kind of doubt yourself. Did the Ash Twin change its look from previously? Maybe now because we know more about it? But the Amber Twin, something about this just makes it look broken, right? As if it's not what it originally looked like, maybe? I mean, that's just speculation, but something about it looks as if maybe it's been broken up somehow. Let's move this over one more time. Why would they seal some sort of chamber? And is this the chamber they sealed? And if so, why would there be a projection of it? Why would they do that? Yeah, I guess we're really only going to find out once we've been there. Okay, that's where it came from, right? Ooh. Nope. Definitely should not do that. Wait, sometimes the jetpack doesn't always... I guess it's not actually firing for too long most of the time. Oh, okay, this doesn't actually let us go further up. I guess it also just ends at the ceiling. Oh, whoopsie. Oh yeah, I should definitely be more careful with the jetpack. I didn't realize that you only had thrust for a very, very short amount of time. Oh, this looks very interesting too. I suppose this is where they originally took the rock from, then. Right? This looks like they almost put probes in here. Or not probes, but drills? Or something? Because these holes definitely don't look natural. They're way too perfectly similar for that. Okay. I wonder why this elevator type deal starts off kind of at the bottom. Maybe it's just to hold it in place or something. Well, anyways, I guess that's all we can discover here. It's just really, really hard to tell if you don't really know what the projection is supposed to be used for. Oh boy. God, I'm constantly flying against stuff. Okay. Well. What was over here again? Oh, right. This leads over to the two glowing things on the floor, right? This is this the grove? No, it's not, right? For a second I thought it was. Because it looked very similar, but it's definitely not. Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. Let's go down here. That's another plate. So this thing on the right, that looks like the spaceship they were using, right? That's them. And that's a hollow tree. That reminds me a lot of the tree where now the launch pad is built on, right? Looks very, very similar. What was at the bottom of that? Wasn't it those... Oh, hello. Ooh, right, that's the ghost matter. I change frequency, quantum fluctuations, outer vowels, finches. Oh, those are different frequencies. I didn't even realize. Let's equip the launcher. Because technically with this, we should be able to look at the ghost matter, right? Yeah. Oh, I like how the scout actually rotates when you take pictures. That's pretty cool. I thought that maybe it would, I don't know, form something special? Like be an actual ghost of sorts, but doesn't seem to be the case. More ghost matter. Oh, oops. Yeah, it always just looks like, I don't know, fog. Small fog in a particular place. I wonder if there's gonna be, maybe at some point we'll be able to upgrade the probe or something. Okay, there's actually way less here than I thought there would be. Oops. Somehow the way the camera moves always makes it look like you're actually, you know, impacting the walls with quite a bit of force, which I guess is actually true, but it does have a rather painful feeling to it. But yeah, if this is there, because there's no big hollow tree here, so the only actually big hollow tree that I've seen so far is the one the launch pad's built upon. But on the bottom there, that was where the part of the museum was, right? Okay. Well, anyways, let's go here first. Small little probe is still orbiting the planet. That's pretty cool. Oh boy. I think the sun's already exploding again. Well, next time I can just come here directly, right? Let's see. Hey, is it the quantum moon again? Might just try to land on that next time. What the hell is this? Okay. I was expecting another one of those weird little balls of light to be here. That actually, this middle part here, with the glowing ball in it, that looks a lot like the warp device. Where's the sun? By the way, the sound design of the sun exploding is top-notch. That sounds so awesome, because it's this very, very deep rumble, right? There it goes. Okay. Well, I can just come back here directly, but... yeah, I was expecting there to be... oh, wait a second. Okay, I noticed this, right? Like, consciously this time. So for some reason, every time the loop starts over, we're zooming in on the third eye of one of the Nomai, or their mask, or what I assume to be their mask. Makes me wonder if maybe... because they're also apparently looking for an eye of the universe, right? So would their third eye maybe be... can they see something with it that we cannot see? Or can they somehow... why is it specific? That's definitely on purpose, right? I think. That it's zooming in on their third eye. Well, anyways, boy, this just keeps getting, and I haven't even, the craziest part is, right when I started out, we found out something about some sort of other planet. That's like, that was 3 hours ago or something, and I haven't even looked at that again, simply because there was so much else going on. Okay. That's the Ash Twin project. Yeah, because originally I was looking at... what was I looking at? Oh, the Dark Bramble Seed I also looked at. Yeah, the Southern Observatory, that's what we were looking at. So there's a lot going on here. Nomai Mines. The Nomai mined ore from the site to craft a protective shell designed to physically seal off the central chamber inside Ash Twin. And I have a feeling that we looked at a projection of that very central chamber. But I have absolutely no clue what that meant or why it looked like that. Once the shell was finished, the Nomai checked to ensure there were no longer any physical entrances or cracks. Why would that be important, though? The Nomai discovered a species of four-eyed semi-aquatic life. Oh, I already read that. Central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. But why? Why, though? It's very curious, isn't it? Well, anyways, let's go back to where I just was. Oh, wait. I should probably mark that location, right? View entries. Oh, the marker's still on there. Never mind. Okay. So let's land next to it this time. And take a look at... What was this, by the way? Oh, that's the seat. Okay. So I feel like there was still another crater that I haven't looked at on this planet, but... Let's see. I'm always getting way too fast. Alright. Let's land... here. Oh, there we go. I wish there was a slightly more elegant way to land. It always has this very weird feeling to it when you're just sort of sitting down like that. Okay, so what the hell is this thing? It looks incredibly intricate, but it's also very, very small compared to most other things that we've seen so far. It looks like you're supposed to, like, put the pieces in the correct position, right? But it doesn't look like it can interact with it in any sort of way. The structure itself looks very, very similar to the observatory. The one on the south pole of the moon that was pointing at specific planets. Can we push this? No. Why is this here? My occupation? Wait, what do you mean? Okay, if this is in the museum, this was not necessarily exactly something to warp with, but it was next to the probe where the sign read that, you know, the ancient technology made it able for them to retrieve the probes and everything now, right? So maybe there is a way to warp here, either from this place to somewhere else or back to this place somehow. Oh, researcher. No. No. I'm a student. I'm studying computer science. Currently. I just like that. Well, not actually that interested in history. Like, I'm not uninterested in it, but typically, I think it's more the process for me that's so interesting. So it's less... Because when you say somebody looks into, like, history in real life, right, I guess most people would assume that you are really, really interested in the history. For me, I was always really, really interested in the methodology behind it. So, for example, looking at different historical sources and determining whether or not they're real or what their accuracy would be, or when you compare them against each other, how that influences, or how people were influenced and how they wrote down historical stories and things like that, right? So the methodology is what's so interesting to me, which I think that's why these games are incredibly cool to see, because it's both figuring out, well, history or ancient stories, I suppose, but at the same time, it's also a puzzle of sorts. So it kind of goes into the same direction of not only figuring out what you're talking about, but also figuring out how that's even, I guess, portrayed, or how they're trying to communicate that to you. I don't know, something about that. And then obviously combining that with game design and how you would approach this kind of deal, where obviously this game is incredibly good, at least as so far. I assume that kind of continues by judging by the reputation that it's gotten. But this game is incredible at teaching you stuff without making it too obvious, right? Sure, there is a bunch of tutorials in here to a degree, but it's never overbearing, and it never really... it's not as bad as most modern games are, where it's constantly, you know, saying, oh, you need to press X to jump, or you need to hold this button now to do something, right? And it's over-explaining stuff to a really, really obnoxious degree. This game is not doing that at all, so it's a big, big plus. Don't worry about it. Plenty of loops to go, I hope. I hope there's not some cutoff point at some point when you're when you've gone through too many loops. I wonder if the game actually I wonder if it has like different endings depending on how fast you travel through the loops, but I don't think that's the case. That would kind of go against their design, right? I feel like. Okay, seriously though, what is this thing? Ooh, wait a second. It has the central part here seemingly is exactly as big as the weird little ball that I was pushing around to open the door. But I don't think that I can take that with me, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that won't work. I mean, I wouldn't even really be able to go over there, right? What is that about, anyways? Oh boy! Nope! That was bad. Shh. I don't know. I really overestimate how much thrust the jetpack typically has. Okay. Well, now I need to get back up. Yeah, this way. I think I'm used I'm used to the way the jetpack works in No Man's Sky, where especially if you've played it a bit, you get all kinds of upgrades where you're allowed to fly for quite a long time. So I guess I'm kind of judging that, or I'm judging the jetpack, but by what's possible in No Man's Sky. Oh boy, this is really scary too. Oh. Oh boy. Wait. Why didn't it warn me about the ghost matter this time? That's strange. Has it? Oh, okay, there's a bunch here. That's very strange, though. Why isn't it showing... Because at all the other locations, it was showing danger, ghost matter at the top of the screen, right? It's not doing that here. Oh. Vitals critical. Well, that's probably not great. Yeah, need to be careful not to walk into any... Yeah, but it's warning me here. But it didn't do that at the top? That's strange. I got completely distracted. I originally wanted to test whether or not I can take the weird little ball that opened the door with me, but... obviously, I went somewhere entirely different. But yeah, I seem to lack some sort of understanding with the ghost matter currently. The cool part is, though... So, since the game is looping, right? I don't think that it's actually going to give you... Well, I guess technically it could still give us an upgrade at some point down the line. Okay, let's heal up. I'm just thinking that if there is some sort of upgrade, we would have to get it every single time at the start of the loop, right? So maybe that's not really what's going to happen. So I'm wondering... Well, what else could it do? It could only really... I guess it could give us some sort of information that would teach us how ghost matter works, right? And once we know, we can then utilize it. Alright, so the door actually closes again. And I don't think there's any way for you to, you know, take the ball and take it with you. Also, now that I'm looking at it, it might actually be a little bit too big for that weird little thing on the ground. This is actually quite a bit further away than I thought originally. I like the effect that the water has on you from the waterfall. Really makes you feel like you're, well, actually moving through it. I wonder why no other game... I guess typically it's not really a concern. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Honestly, considering how difficult it is to navigate with the jetpack on a planet that actually has gravity, I wonder if this is how astronauts feel when they come back from the space station, right? They're back on Earth. Because I think I've heard that mentioned in a couple of interviews that sometimes they are... like, they forget how gravity works a little bit, like, subconsciously they forget about it a little bit, and so they don't actually... Give me a second here. They don't actually know... they don't actually know certain things, or rather they try to do certain things and suddenly, you know, stuff falls down, or they're used to it moving in any sort of other way. Because gravity does feel very limiting when you really think about it, right? I also wonder if this clearly replicates the entire thing, right? But it also didn't really give me information on the place. Okay. Only other thing, can I put it exactly on this thing? Boop. I guess so. Wait. Nope. Looks exactly the same as on the pictures. Well. Okay. Well, I guess at this point we can probably say that I've explored everything that I can for now. So I guess it's time to move on to somewhere else. Let's see. So it would be time to check out... I could either try to actually land on the quantum moon, because I just saw it move by again. So maybe that would tell us more about it and about how it works. Well, anyways, unfortunately, I do need to take a bit of a break. I definitely need to figure out some music for this. Although, wait, let me actually... What happens if I quit? Because there's no way to save, correct? Reset loop and quit to main menu. Oh. Okay. So every time you quit, it also resets your loop, but it keeps your progress. That's a very interesting way of doing it. There still has to be a way to actually start a new game though, right? I actually want to test this. Because I've explored everything here, so there is no real reason for me to keep the current loop going, I think. And in the next loop, I could just try, you know, the quantum moon right away, or alternatively go to that South Pole research outpost that I found out right at the start, right? Okay, so let me test this. What happens if I do this? Right. Press start. Why is it always saying that? Okay, and now it just says resume expedition. Okay. Interesting. Is there no way to keep multiple save slots then? Weird choice. But I guess it works. Well, anyways, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break because I do want to eat something. I'm gonna take a lunch break here, 20-30 minutes, hopefully not longer. And when I come back, guess we're exploring either the quantum moon and or the South Pole research station thingy that we were looking for. Anyways, feel free to hang around, but of course, if you want to shoot off, that's fine too. So thanks for hanging out so far. The game's absolutely amazing. As I said, I can definitely see why people love it so much. It's a very, very interesting and unusual experience, and I hope it's going to continue to be that, but I'm pretty confident that it will. So I'm going to be back in a bit, and I guess I'll see you then. Alrighty, that's correct. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to Outer Wilds. Whew. Ate something, and now I'm ready to resume our expedition. So I suppose this is going to put us right at the start of another loop, right? It will. And we're also waking up again. That is such an interesting choice. I wonder why they decided to do that. I feel like there is some significance to this. Ready to get this beauty. Okay, that's still the same stuff he was talking about earlier. Why are there so many of them to talk to? Well, anyways, let's get back to the ship. We have a lot of stuff to discover, or a lot of stuff to look at, I suppose. Let's see. Let's see. Back into the ship. Before... I guess I could try landing on the Quantum Moon. I was trying to look at whether or not there is a location that we can pin. Doesn't seem to be the case. Because we've never been there, I suppose, right? Ash Twin Project, Quantum Moon... So in theory, I think this would still probably be our best chance of finding new information. The Southern Observatory. Let's see though. Maybe we can get lucky and just land on the Quantum Moon. By the way, the trigger feedback when you launch with your starship's pretty cool on the PlayStation 5. Okay, let's see. Do I just wanna hover around a little bit? Pretty sure that's not the Quantum Moon though, right? That one? No. That's Giant's Deep. Which we would have to go there in order to find the Southern Observatory, right? That's the Ash Twin thing. Makes me wonder if maybe the Quantum Moon just doesn't appear once you're already in space. Maybe that's a thing that can only really be observed if you're still on the planet. Wait, can I? Okay, yes, I can on target. Okay, that's the platform with the things attached to it. Let's just take a look at other things maybe. There's definitely something there still. Wait, is this the other crater that I was looking for? No. Shit, no! Okay, that was almost bad. Sometimes the planets suddenly come hurtling towards you way quicker than what you'd think they'd do. Wait, what planet is that one? Oh, that's Brittle Hollow. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, so you cannot actually fly against the trees, I guess? Wait, what is this HUD, though? Let's take a look here. Unidentified signal nearby. What was the zoom is this? Okay. So this is sending out some sort of signal to somewhere? Satellite angle 248 degrees. 350 degrees. So is this the ground station for the... Ooh, that looks weird. 137 degrees. Why is there an astronaut on there? And what are those weird antennas supposed to be? Okay, so this honestly looks a little bit unsettling. Almost as if they stuck someone onto the satellite and he's just sort of stuck there. And we're recording. It's been 2 days since the launch of the Deep Space satellite, and I'm about to view the first batch of photos. Let the record show that on this historic day, Outer Wilds Ventures has... Ah, they're printing. Here they come. Stars above, will you look at that? There's Brittle Hollow, and look there. That's Hollow's lantern. Hollow's lantern. And there's Giant's Deep and the Quantum Moon. I'm speechless, completely speechless. So they know a lot about the well, I guess the Quantum Moon appears every now and again. So they would know about it, right? Because they could literally see it in the sky. Every single astral body in our magnificent solar system, looking stunning from every angle in each of these 3 images, and in color no less. Now this is art. I could stare at these photos forever. Doesn't Timber Hearth look tiny from... Hold on. What is that? That can't be right. That's... I mean, that's not even possible. Am I interpreting this photo correctly? What's even stranger is it doesn't show up on either of the other photos, just this one. Well, there must have been an equipment malfunction, I suppose. Only sensible explanation for it. I'll radio Gabbro and ask them to go examine the satellite's lens for defects. What are they talking about? Because they can't be talking about the Quantum Moon, correct? Because that's... like they were mentioning it. Are they talking about that? No. This must be a photo from when Grabo went to the satellite to repair it, correct? Wait, so what's on the photo? That's not supposed to be there. It's honestly quite difficult to tell. Wait, so... no, that's the normal moon though, right? That's us and the moon. Are they talking about this? Like the shadow here? Satellite angle 40 degrees. Or is that the Quantum Moon? It's honestly quite unclear, right? Why does it keep saying unidentified signal? Isn't that just the transmission from the satellite, or is it something else? Why is it so dark here? What the hell? Oh, you can just light the campfire. Oh, hello. Read. Despite my checking on them at least 1,000 times over, the images are still not ready to print over in the radio tower. Well, it's like they say, a watch satellite never transmits data. Huh, that's a little joke for you, journal. No one says that. Okay. Someday I'll have to study the mechanics of how time manages to slow to syrupy crawl whenever I'm anticipating something. I definitely know the feeling. In the meantime, I've turned to Gabbro, our resident expert in leisurely whiling away the hours, who recommends the following. Gabbro's foolproof steps for dozing off. First, light a nice cozy campfire and get comfortable. Gaze deeply into the serene warmth. Let time begin to slip away as you allow the flames to lull you into a peaceful slumber. If Gabbro knew I'd take notes, they'd probably think I'd finally cracked, but I refuse to accept sass from an astronaut who deliberately burns their marshmallows. Well, I feel like that could be me too, because I have, as I mentioned earlier, I have absolutely no freaking idea how to roast marshmallows correctly. Where's the person that was here originally, though? Is there no way to sit? Because I was thinking that maybe we could doze off. Maybe we have to... Can you do that manually? Let's just see if something happens. Because for some reason I feel like that note's oddly specific. Oh, that's... yeah, flashlight turned off. I don't know. Would this take a really long time? Wait, what did it say? Light a nice cozy campfire and get comfortable. Gaze deeply into the serene warmth. How would you get comfortable, though? Was there a way to do that? Do I maybe need to get rid of my spacesuit for that? I'm really not quite sure if that's even... Because that was just a hunch, but maybe... Maybe you can't actually do anything here. Or maybe it needs to be night? But, well... Because I thought that maybe there would be a way to sit on the chair or something, but... it doesn't really seem to be the case. It also doesn't really seem to give me any sort of feedback. I mean, it's cozy, all right. I could actually sit here for quite a while, but I don't think that you're supposed to wait until the loop ends. Maybe this is wrong. Oh! Well, that makes it easier. Or maybe... Oh! Wait, can you do this at every campfire, then? Huh. Okay. Okay, so... I guess that's just a way for you to skip time. So if you... Maybe there is specific stuff that can only be done at specific points during the loop. And for you to be able to get there more quickly, they give you the option to doze off to, well, skip time. A little bit. Okay, feel like that makes sense. Let's see, that's the normal moon. Still no quantum moon to be seen, it seems like. Oh, wait, there it is, there it is! What? Wait, what? Okay, that is strange. Can I not? Like, are we supposed to stay in there, or? We're just phasing through it. What? Okay, that's not really what I expected to happen. So is it not really real after all? Oh, I think it disappeared again, huh? Well, that was strange. Maybe I should have activated my signal booster or something? Why would it... Why would it allow you to just fly through it? That's what I'm slightly confused by. Because I thought... Wasn't it connected to those weird stones that can change location? But those were actual stones, correct? So... That was a bit faster than I thought it would be. Sorry. Yeah, those were actual stones. So... Is there anything we can do up here? Not really, it seems. Okay. So that probably means we need more information in order to land on it. Well, let's try to go for Giant Steep. I think. Wait, is it moving away from me or is it moving towards me? Oh, it's moving away from me. Wait, how the... Oh, do I need to go the other way? Wait, what? We're moving away from the sun, though. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to do. Wait, that was weird. Okay. Yeah, technically I only need to do this. For some reason, I guess it must be... Holy shit, how far can you actually fly away? Didn't think you'd be able to do this, really. We're 60 kilometers away. It's pretty cool that that's possible. Okay, so... I had a thought. Yeah, okay, these arrows, because I thought I was misinterpreting them. Ooh, this, nope. We're way too fast. Well. I guess now I know what happens if that happens. Yeah, I was misinterpreting the arrows. I thought the arrows were also taking into consideration how fast you were approaching, but they're actually not. Clearly, they're not actually showing that. Oh boy, that was bad. Is my camera still okay? Yes, it is. I really don't know why it was so choppy earlier. I also wish I would have seen that right away, because it might have been for quite a while, but... Never mind. Okay, so for some reason the quantum moon we weren't able to access yet. But yeah, just like with the other thing I was speculating about, it's weird that you can't really do that. Oh, the radio tower. Okay. A radio tower designed to receive photos taken by the deep space satellite. There are several photos of the entire solar system hanging on the walls. Hornfels noticed something strange in one of the photos, but concluded equipment malfunction was the only sensible explanation. He was probably talking about that weird shadow then? I don't really know what else he would be talking about. Well, anyways, let us try that again. Okay, this time, now I hope that I've actually learned how the hell that's supposed to work. Because yeah, I was completely misinterpreting those arrows. Because I thought the up-down arrows were actually telling you whether or not you were moving fast or not, but that's definitely not the case. Let's see. That's the moon? Oh boy. It is a bit weird. I kind of wish they would have included the ability to actually... I think it's called roll, right? To roll your ship around. Oh. Oh. Okay, well... Clearly, if you can read the screen, you know how it works, huh? Because it literally said that. Ah, right, there's also an autopilot. I forgot about that. Well, it's kind of boring, though. Okay, so what this actually means is that my relative speed to Giant Steep now is 330 meters per second. Okay. Yeah. So we want to decrease that relative speed as soon as we approach. That makes sense. Okay, so the broken up, whatever that broken up space station is, that's floating around Giant Steep. It's context sensitive display. Oh, it didn't. Oh, I guess I must have probably clicked on something then. Yeah, I can see. So when you're locked onto something, it doesn't really show that, I suppose. Well, now I know. Whoa. Oh. Ooh, there we go. Okay. This looks quite dangerous, honestly. This is a landing platform. Oh, there we go. It is very, very cool, though, I have to say. Like, even if... well, I guess it is a cool thing. Just like when I was crashing into the planet earlier, it just teaches you something, right? And the whole setup of the game, especially with the loop and everything, it teaches you something. It teaches you, hey, that's not how it's done. You learn from it and just do it right next time. I don't know. It feels like the game is very effective in teaching you things. Is that an island moving? I wonder if this is some sort of magnetic launch platform, maybe? Okay. At first, when I flew into the... or through the clouds? Gas? I don't know. I thought that it was a gas giant at first, like Jupiter, but seemingly that's not the case. Okay, so what exactly am I looking for here? Oh, right. Something they built on the South Pole. Well, that's not where I landed, though. Although clearly... This does seem to be another one of their structures. Ship lock updated. Well, that's true. It is liquid, but that's because of the pressure, right? So I guess it would work quite differently to how it does here. Unless somehow we're able to, you know, sustain that. It does say 2 times gravity, though, which is interesting. But that might be due to the size of the planet, right? So these statues are... Is it just that a bunch of them exist? Why would it be lying here? Ooh, hello. Gravity stones. Wait a second. So these... Right, I didn't even make that connection. Because they use this very same technique in the mines as well, right? So these blue triangle, square things, they must be some sort of technology that is based on the gravity stones, right? Because it's the same color? Okay, well this looks to be broken. Statue workshop. Okay. What's inaccessible now? Explains why there's lying a statue in front of it, though. Okay. It's incredible how well it works. Trees detected. Oh, nice. Because you'd assume that the constant shift of perspective, especially with how small in comparison to real planets these planets are, you'd think that very frequently they like confuse you or something, but they actually don't. It works out really, really well. Those storms can probably be pretty dangerous. I wonder if they're moving randomly across the planet? Put me back down. Wait, what? What just happened? Did the rest of the planet just disappear? I think that's where it came from. That was a very curious experience. Did I do that, or does it just randomly happen? I guess I'll find out. Ooh. That's the lightning storm that's going on. Okay, before I step in that, let's take a look at what else there is here. It looked like it just suddenly transported us onto another planet that looks exactly the same but without gravity. Or maybe something happened that removed gravity? Oh, hello. Wait, this is only moving if you're standing on top of it? This looks exactly the same as the one that's back on Tim Mahath, right? So, but this one has something written on it. Welcome to Giant's Deep, friends. I'm excited for you to meet the statues. If I'm not in my dwelling, I'm likely in my workshop below, inside the island. Why is it written here? Well, I did speculate earlier that this might be some sort of warp teleportation device. If that's true, then maybe there's a way to activate this. That would be awesome if we'd be able to teleport here, right? From the other place. Maybe something on this island will tell us how it works. That's where it came from. What the hell is that? Zoom. Whoa. That looks like... I don't know what that looks like. Alien? Honestly, somewhat disturbing? Okay. Well, this doesn't do anything. Does this mean you're supposed to stand here whenever one of the tornadoes comes by? The other one was activated though, right? Where's the other one? One of them had like a shield around it. Was it this one? No. There's quite a lot of those bones around here as well. Wait, did I accidentally go into another direction? Or did the thing deactivate? Okay, just standing on it clearly doesn't really do anything. Why is there so much stuff here? Lami, we're going to test the memory statues tonight. Flux says it could be dangerous, so we can't come. But what if we didn't use the door and snuck in the other way? Does anyone want to? There's another way, huh? I really want to see the test too, Lami, but that's a huge risk to take. We probably shouldn't. Maybe Flux will let us see at a later... Wait, will let us see a later test. Flux specifically told us not to do that. Okay. So there's another way into the workshop then. That's good to know. Oops. Okay, since whatever happened earlier didn't happen again, maybe it was me who did that accidentally somehow? Or it was because I was really, really close to one of the tornadoes. That might also be it. Maybe they're connected somehow to that? Is that one coming close again? Looks like it. Should I stand on this? Ah. Yeah. So these are clearly protective fields. Huh? The hell? But what is... Oh, what the hell? Wait, I wasn't... What? I thought I was, like, really close to the ground, but maybe I was higher than I thought? Oopsie. Okay, that looked interesting. It looked like the... Almost as if the entire planet and everything on it was expanding and contracting. What would that effect be, though? Very interesting. And why would it, like, one of those tornadoes be the reason for that? Let's see. We definitely got some updates here. Statue Island, Statue Workshop. Actually, I should probably go back there first, right? Before going to the observatory. If I can, that is. Oh, well, I can mark its location, right? This island must be where the Nomai created statues like the one in our observatory. I found a Nomai statue lying on the beach. It looks just like the one in our observatory. Yeah. And then we have found a sign for a statue workshop next to a broken door that used to lead inside the island. Some Nomai children debated bypassing the statue's workshop door and sneaking inside via an alternate, more dangerous route. Well, the location's marked. I wonder if, by more dangerous route, if they're talking about what just happened, right? The whole deal with the planet somehow contracting and expanding again. What's confusing me about this specifically is that it does seem to be some sort of local effect, right? Because at least from space, I don't think I've ever seen... I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Ooh. Also, it looks as if the surface stuff that I was doing looks as if that's actually about a kilometer thick or something. Like from the cloud surface to the liquid surface. Also, I'm wondering, what would happen if I would park my ship just anywhere and not on this landing pad? Ooh. Hello. Okay, now it's going back. Huh. So the water clearly is reacting to all of this, though. Because at first I was thinking that maybe it could be some sort of weird quantum effect or something. That it just gets transported to another dimension, or... I really don't know, but that doesn't actually seem to be the case. It really looks like whatever's happening is actually physically altering the planet. It looked as if there's... I wonder if there's some gravity manipulation going on. Maybe when they built whatever they built here, they inserted some sort of weird gravitational device that would allow you to... Well, what actually happens? The weird thing is that it looks like everything, like the complete atmosphere and the water and everything else is like contracting really quickly. But what happens to us is that gravity just disappears, and as if we were floating through space. Which that's kind of the opposite effect from what you'd expect, right? If, let's suppose there would be a device that increases gravity by a lot, very, very quickly. And it would make it so that everything on the planet, or the water and everything else, expands. Okay, that's just the same thing, right? Then it would also increase gravity massively for us too, and for everything else on the planet, right? But that doesn't really look like that's what's happening. Because it specifically only affects the atmosphere and water, it looks like. But it is affecting gravity too. For some reason it removes the gravity. Oh, whoops. What would the more dangerous route be? That weird island is constantly floating by? That might be an entirely different thing, though. I mean, this is written down here. And this looks like it would lead into where we want to go. You think I could maybe just... I mean, I can swim, right? I guess I could try to just look at it from underground. Wait, can I not? Oh, that's the planet's core, I guess. Ooh, that actually looks really, really dangerous. What the hell? So I was thinking that maybe there's an entrance to the place? Oh, yes, there is. Nice. Huh, so this really just is a floating island. Somehow I would have thought that this is connected to... Well, to what? Well, I thought there was an actual planet surface below, but it looks like there's really only whatever that core is. Ooh, hello. Wait, is this the... Yeah, it's the actual door. This is not gonna stay open though, is it? I mean... Once I come back here... This is so eerie. What the hell? Giant steep. Yeah, now we can actually... So the... Whatever that core is... That's still there whenever this happens. And then everything is expanding again. Oh. Wait, what? Why? I guess... Well, I should have probably known that there is an actual reason for those weird tornado chambers. So those are necessary to survive that. Because I thought the first time that I died because once, you know, the water and gravity and everything returned, I just got basically knocked down onto the floor and I was too high up and died. But it seems like that's not actually what's happening. It seems like you're kind of forced to stand on one of those platforms in order to survive that. At least that's what it looked like. Well, that's not actually going to be that easy, though, right? Because... Thought for a second I was going to hit that. Whoops. Well, that's also not what I wanted to do. This is not the island I was at. Well, might as well just land here. Looks like there's a campfire. I was definitely too fast, but I thought I was able to slow down. For some reason, sometimes it seems like you're able to slow down quite easily, and sometimes it looks like that's not the case. Oopsie. Okay, there we go. Anything else broken? Don't think so. Oh, he's playing his flute, right. But yeah, I don't know. So somehow the whole like gravity returning must have such a forceful effect on you that you just die, I guess. Hey, buddy. Actually seeing these weird antenna things on the spacesuit looks very, very weird somehow. Nice, it's you. Good to see you made it here in one piece. It wasn't that easy. The first solo launch is a doozy, isn't it? So hey, don't freak out or anything, but lately I keep, like, dying repeatedly. I don't know, it's pretty weird. You seem pretty chill for that to happen. Oh, sorry. Depends how fast you were going, yeah. I mean, I was definitely faster. I tried to get here more quickly, and I thought I was able to brake, but I guess, there's probably a point where you're kind of very, very close to the gravity field of the planet, I guess. And then it gets very, very difficult to brake. So you need to keep that in mind and brake before gravity really pulls you in. That's probably what happened, I guess. Wait, so this guy notices that a loop is going on. What about you? Have you died lately, or is it just me? No, it's me too. We're in a time loop. Time has been behaving unusually lately. Yeah, time loop makes sense. Cool. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Oh, we're in a time loop. Yeah, cool. Nice. You're taking this pretty well. Ha, right back at you. Whoa, I mean, you know, I've been doing some fairly crazy stuff already, I feel like. Personally, I like new experiences, and I've never been in a time loop before. I mean, I don't think I've been in a time loop before this one. Looks like you and I are the only ones who can tell that time's gone all weird. I tried radioing Hornfelds and asking if they died too, but they thought I was being metaphorical. Oh boy. The storm's coming again. Even if I tell Hornfelds about the time loop, they never remember by the next one. They don't realize anything's different. Okay, let's try to stay on the surface this time, because this dude, he isn't too bothered by this happening. Seems like he's very, you know, very used to it. He just sort of floats up a bit. Alright. Okay, so you can survive it. I guess it's just because the planet has twice the gravity of our normal planet. It probably just means even if you're just slightly above ground, once gravity returns, it'll just smack you back onto it, the ground, and, you know, that's not really that great for a spacesuit, I suppose. Well, he's taking this very well. Not only does he not care that we're in a time loop, he also doesn't care to frequently lose gravity, just floats up a bit and then floats back down. I like this dude. Have you ever watched a cyclone for so long it started to hypnotize you? I'm telling you, they'll put you in a trance if you stare at them long enough. What are you doing out here? Well, what are any of us doing here, really? Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm out here exploring our solar system, same as you. But tell you what, outer space really gives you room to think. It's quiet and peaceful out here. I mean, he says while a huge thunderstorm is going on in the background, right? It's usually quite and peaceful. Sometimes a cyclone comes by and lifts my little island paradise clean out of the water. Then less peaceful. Oh. Wait a second. Was I misinterpreting what was going on? So... I guess from my perspective, it just looked like as if the planet was contracting and expanding again. But maybe what actually happened is it really just lost gravity and all the islands just floated outwards and then floated back in once gravity comes back. So what happened was not that the planet was expanding back out, but instead we were falling back down to the surface? Okay. I love that there's just an island floating by in the background. It's so cool. Okay, well, what's up with this planet? I know, right? Oh, you meant, like, tell you more about it. I gotcha. Well, Giant Steep is massive and mostly water. No surprises there. There's a strong current a ways beneath the surface that prevents anything from sinking below it. Seriously, I tried everything I could think of to get past that current and neither idea worked. Okay. As for land masses, I've counted 4 islands, including this one. There's also the one with that Nomai statue I saw on the beach. You've seen the cyclones. Yeah, they're pretty hard to miss. They'll toss up everything in their path, islands included. Little tip. If you get picked up, try to land in water, less likely to kill you. Ooh. Yeah, so that's actually what's happening. It's not that the planet is contracting and expanding. It's literally the cyclones just throw everything they come across. That's why it only happens whenever a cyclone goes by. It literally lifts you up and then you fly back down. So I was completely wrong on this. Gravity doesn't actually change. It's literally just the cyclones, you know, tossing you up and then you just, well, fall back down. He said as another island floated by. Man, that is so awesome. The effect of seeing that from your perspective, that is such a cool way of visualizing how your own... Because your own perspective matters a lot, right? Especially when we talk about space and when we talk about relative, like time dilation and things like that. Your own perspective always, like your own reference point is what matters, right? And I guess this is a perfect example of how that can completely mess up your interpretation of what's going on. Because I was so focused on what I saw that I completely neglected to think about what it could mean, even though now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of the most obvious answer, but visually it looks, because you don't really see yourself getting, you know, blown up, or blown up, tossed up into space. This is awesome. I wonder if anything's ever floated away from this planet. He's so chill about this. Alright. Back on the surface. Okay, where's your ship? That's a good question. It's definitely on this planet somewhere. I mean, unless a cyclone came by and tossed it into space, I guess. Huh, that would be pretty nuts. Do you care about anything? I hope it's not lonely. I wonder if we can find his ship somewhere. Wait, did it actually... Giant Steep is massive. So there's a current underneath. So you can get tossed away from the planet, but you can't really enter the water that much. Well, I was in it, though. I guess had I gone further down at some point, it wouldn't have worked anymore. I found something. Nice, nice. What you got for me? wrote that. Okay. Let's go with this first. I found a photo of you inside the old radio tower. Nice. You're a little busy in it. I hope I look busy. Must have been from the time Hornfeld sent me to check on the deep space satellite. They thought old Spacey might be malfunctioning, but I couldn't find a single thing wrong with it. Which is probably how it got a shot of my beautiful, behelmeted face, come to think of it. I always thought it was kind of sweet that the best way to find old Spacey is to use a map that's generated by the satellite itself, isn't it? Like it's inviting us to visit. Good old deep space satellite, always making sure we know where we're going. Right, because the satellite generates the map of the solar system that we're currently using. I have the map! Wait, why'd Hornfels think it was broken? Dunno, Hornfels probably told me why, but Hornfels tells me lots of things, and sometimes I tune out. I pretend there's a signal interference and I can't hear them. Best guess says the deep space satellite must have sent Timber Hearth some weird pictures, but like, what's considered weird for a satellite, you know? Yeah, especially in this environment where every planet seems to be pretty weird. Anyway, if you ever want to visit old Spacey, fastest way is to jump into your ship and use your solar system map to look onto the satellite, same as you would any astral body. Okay. So we should probably visit that, and I suppose we could most likely find something. Okay. Just wanted to identify the signal real quick. I wonder if we take the perspective of the satellite, if that would then allow us to see whatever weird thing the satellite saw eventually. Okay, I found something. Let's go with the other one. I found your quantum poem. Yeah, the one in the woods. I remember writing that. Pretty fun, right? It works out to a good 24 poems. When I'm done exploring, I want to make some more quantum art. Maybe some kind of creature sculpture that just, like, shows up and scares the daylights out of you. Yeah, not really my thing. Okay, I definitely like this guy. Very, very chill. Okay. There's some weird matter going on here. Probably don't really want to go in there. Okay. So it's at the end of the cave. Or within the cave. But wait, so could my ship... I guess it could have theoretically also flown away, right? Because it wasn't... I'm not standing on the gravity field platform that I was on earlier. So I guess you have to be quite careful, actually. Because not only could it fly away, but I guess it could also be damaged. Okay. Let's get in for a second. Let's see. Do I have to unequip the suit? No. That was a bit close to the tree. Okay. Whoa. Why is everything moving so quickly? Where's the island moving? Whoa. This is... Oh, yeah, that's right. It got damaged. I wanted to use the landing mode for once, but it got damaged. Oh, hello. Oh, that was a cool accidental find. There's another one of those landing platforms, so let's try to maneuver over here. There we go. Oh, wait. This way. Let's see. Okay, that... If you're looking for this thing to repair, sometimes it's a bit annoying to... well... see what was going on there. Okay. Well, as long as I'm here... Let's just look at this island, I guess. Okay. So when they built this place, they were aware that everything can get tossed into space at any point in time, right? So that's why they built these gravity platforms. Oh, hello. Oh, that looks awesome. So that's whatever is orbiting the planet at the start of every loop and then gets hit by something, right? And breaks apart. So suppose we would be able to find, or, well, I guess you could probably land on this thing somehow, even when it's broken apart. Okay, let's see. This is it. We finished building the final orbital probe cannon module and are ready to send it into orbit around Giant Steep for assembly. Cannon. To all my friends here at the construction yard, my gratitude for your tireless work. I had given up hope, but I truly believe this cannon may actually succeed where many other attempts have not. Are you going gelatinous on us, love? I'm delighted by your words, but they're atypical for you. If I'm ever half as gooey as Mallow and Avens behave together, Daz, you may launch me from the orbital probe cannon. If I know my brother, Evans, and his spouse will want to launch the probe with as much power as possible, I'm worried the cannon would break under the strain. I propose we give Evans and Mallow a slightly lower maximum power setting than the absolute maximum possible to create room for their enthusiasm. God. Our next step will be to send Private up to the orbital probe cannon to install the probe tracking system. Okay. So it's a probe cannon. I mean, it looks like a cannon. It looks like a pretty cool cannon, if you ask me. Almost like something out of Destiny. Oh, what the hell? Oh, wait. So these are based on the gravity stones. That is interesting. Whoa. Okay. Okay, what confuses me right now, or, well, confuses me, everything here is confusing at first until you figure it out, obviously, but so did I interpret that correctly in that there are apparently two probes that they wanted to launch? I think they gave them names. I don't think those were names for the Nomai, but rather names for the probes, potentially. I wonder if... I wonder what they tried to do with these probes, because earlier we heard about them looking for this weird Eye of the Universe thing, right? Which, according to them, wasn't necessarily here. And if they're building a probe cannon, you could maybe assume that it's built in order to launch things very, very far away, potentially outside of the solar system. But maybe the probes are still here too? Okay, for some reason... So this cannon gets hit by something right at the start of every loop. And for a split second there, I was thinking that maybe the thing that's flying away, because you see like a blue, something blue flying away from the cannon. Does it just look like it gets hit by something? And what instead happens is the blue thing is being launched from the cannon. And the cannon breaks because it's... well, because of the power of the launch or something? Because it kind of looks like a probe there at the start, right? It looks like something that is being just flung off far into space. I think I need to keep an eye out when the next loop starts. Maybe there's a way to tell if it looks like the thing is approaching from somewhere, or if it's actually originating from that point, right? Ooh. What's going on with the frame rate? Okay, this is pretty crazy. Is there a point to be able to walk here, though, beyond it just looking cool? Not really? I mean, you can walk around on this thing. It looks somewhat similar to the cannon, right? Just a lot less, a lot shorter? Maybe? So was this an early attempt at the same thing? Or is it some sort of... Because it's... It's surrounded by these gravity plates, right? So maybe it is some sort of launch platform, and the point of the gravity stuff is to keep whatever ship was originally here inside of it. Or maybe this is where they launched the cannon. Wait, did it say that? I don't think it said that. Let me actually take a look at this again. We finished building the final orbital probe cannon module. Half as gooey as Mellow and Avens behave together. Avens. No, I think they're actual people. Slightly low maximum power setting. Wait, but this, I propose we give Avens and Mellow a slightly lower maximum power setting than the absolute maximum possible to create room for their enthusiasm. This sounds as if they're robots or something, right? I think I'm completely misunderstanding what that's supposed to mean. So either I'm missing something here, or there really isn't that much to see. I'm not entirely sure. Ooh. Wait, what if we launch now? Let's actually take a look at this. I think... So it still looks as if the planet is expanding because it's also dropping us back to the ground, right? Oh, that's a very giant tornado. Holy shit. Yeah. Because the planet has actual gravity that influences your ship too. So, you know, regardless of what happens... Essentially, from your point of view, it'll always look as if the planet is kind of expanding, even though that's not what happens, obviously. Okay. Hull damage. Wait, when did that happen? Or maybe I just didn't repair everything last time? Wait. Where is it damaged, though? Oh, there we go. Guess it was only slightly damaged. Okay, so let's move back underground then. I just need to be careful this time to not Oh, whoa. That sounded like the sun. God, that core looks so awesome, though. And there was something red there, too. I wonder if that's somehow connected to this weird red thing that you can see on one of the islands. I want to know, there has to be a way to activate that weird teleporter thing, right? This guy didn't really say much about it at all. Because I'm wondering, he said there is a current that's very, very strong. Oh, yeah, I think that's what's happening. I think the thing is actually launching its probe and breaking apart in the process. So it really is launching a probe just randomly into space then? With a lot of power? Which probably... Maybe you need to be really, really fast to catch up to the probe or something. Or maybe the probe somehow starts orbiting the solar system? I don't know. There has to be a way to see what's going on there. Right? Maybe? I could still just try and land on the cannon itself, though. Might be very difficult to do since it's broken apart. Okay, let's see this again. Yeah, you definitely want to... like, reduce your speed as much as possible. Ooh, I'm still very, very fast. Okay. Oh boy. You really need to be careful with that. Okay, let's actually go back to the... Oh, did you see that? The island was being flung up into the air. The one with the weird red thing on it. Okay. Suit up. Go down. Oh. Okay, weirdly enough, the gravity thing from the launch pad really only seems to influence the ship, not really myself, for some reason. There we go. Back on the surface. Okay. So let's try to get back into the cave and check out what else there is to see for those statue thingies also. Oh. What the hell? They look like giant electrified squid thingies, right? They look pretty dangerous, though. I wonder if they try to kill you, or at least if they can damage your ship or something, if you get too close to them. I mean, it highly depends on what the core of the planet is there for anyways, right? Okay, yeah, the door doesn't stay open. So I guess this really just is an exit for whenever you... are done with everything in here, so that you don't have to go back through the water in order to get out. Okay. So they were carving the statues here. Like this, it really just looks like normal statues. Untranslated recording. Ooh. Yarrow, would you kindly step back so Daz is closest to the statue? When pairing, the statue will choose whoever is in closest proximity. See how its eyes have opened? That tells us the statue is paired with Daz. Now, no matter where he is in this star system, Daz's statue will record his memories and send them to the Ash Twin Project. Whoa. So, the reason for us being able to remember everything after the loop finishes is because of the statue and because it sends data to this Ash Twin Project thing? Wait, how would that be connected to the weird projection thing I saw earlier, though? It didn't really look like any memory-associated thing, though. And does that mean because, what was his name? Grabo is on this planet, right? Grabo? He's here where all the statues are, right? So maybe that's why he also remembers everything throughout the loops? Because a statue has paired with him too? Okay. Well, that certainly makes this Ash Twin project incredibly interesting, doesn't it? This is extraordinary sculpting work, Phlox. He has outdone himself again, hasn't he? And now that we have our first successful pairing, we can test my memory storage prototype. It doesn't really explain, though, why the statue specifically chose us, the one in the observatory, right? Because it even turned towards us, whereas this suggests that it's really only the person that is closest to it. But there were other people that were close to it the entire time, whereas we just walked past it at some point. Each statue will send a single Nomai's memories to his or her own storage unit within Ash Twin. So is there a storage unit in Ash Twin with our memories then? Each storage unit will be equipped with a mask, the statue's counterpart, which will be able to send those stored memories back to the corresponding Nomai. Okay, wait a second. So the projection that I saw, that's why they enclosed it so securely, is to make sure that nothing can damage those memories, right? So even if the sun is exploding, it still doesn't get destroyed, and that's why the memories are kept. Is that how it works? I mean, it still doesn't really explain why there's a time loop all of a sudden, right? There still has to be a reason for that, a switch that started the whole thing. But I guess somehow the memories... Okay, so that explains the masks in the projection that we saw. And I guess the projection is there to be able to check on those memory storage devices. And we saw 3 lit up masks, and the others were completely black, right? Which probably means that 3 statues connected to 3 people. One of them being us, one of them probably the guy on this planet, and then I guess there's a third one that also knows that there's a time loop going on. Okay. And it looks like this statue is still unused. Maybe the one that was on the front, like on the entrance, lying around on the beach there somewhere. Maybe that's the one that paired with Grabo? What's his name? Okay. Okay, so this is what they actually looked like. And then I guess they were all constantly wearing these masks. And this is the statue. So they connect to a statue. The statue sends their memories to the mask thingy. And the mask then can re-implant those memories into them. I wonder why a couple of the drawings... So the drawings we saw in the mine, for example, or rather in... Not directly the mine, but the underwater part of Timber Hearth. We... well, the nomai that were painted on those looked as if they were just wearing their masks. So why is that then? Do they not all get a storage, maybe? Maybe some of them are just carrying that stuff around with them? Okay, we have another one of these projection devices here. So let's see. Ash Twin Project Stone. So this works the same, except that this time this planet is on the other side, whereas the one on Timber Hearth had, well, the Timber Hearth planet thingy. I've installed the masks inside the Ash Twin Project flocks. They look beautiful, although I do feel as though I'm being observed. Well, yeah. That's because of the masks. It's comforting to know the statues will not pair until the project succeeds. Otherwise, I imagine the experience would be hard to endure. Why? Because they would already be activated? Ideally, they'll only need to activate once the project succeeds. As a safety measure, however, the statues will also activate in the event of equipment failure. They will. Why is that? If anything goes wrong with the Ash Twin project, the statues and their masks will make us aware of the situation and enable us to fix it. Otherwise, it would be possible for us to remain permanently unaware of the problem. I hadn't thought of that. What a profoundly horrific fate that would be. Well, thanks for pointing out how horrific our fate is. Okay, so that can mean a multitude of things, actually. So I wonder if that's what happened. Somehow the statues within this Ash Twin project, or the masks rather, not the statues are on the outside, right? Somehow they discovered that there is an issue and decided that now is their time to activate, right? And well, I guess the question now is, what's the correct order of events? So did the masks or this Ash Twin project, maybe it detected that the sun was going to explode and that's why it activated? Could be it, right? Doesn't necessarily explain the time loop though, unless somehow they also incorporated something that would create such a time loop. But it could be accidental, that the masks activated because they detected the sun exploding in the near future, but then the actual time loop might be a result of the actual explosion, maybe. One other thing that I'm wondering, though. This might just be a coincidence, or it might just be because the probe, which I assume is a probe that gets launched from the cannon, it happens at the exact time that we wake up again, right? Which means that... And technically the cannon breaking apart would definitely count as equipment failure, right? So maybe that's what they detected, and maybe that's why the statue activated. The only weird part about that is that, I guess, well, I don't actually remember. So the very, very first time you wake up, before we have the launch codes, right? At that point, I'm pretty sure the time loop is not active yet. It only gets activated once the statue opens its eyes. At least that's why what I assume happened, because I'm pretty sure that I spent significantly longer on the planet. Like, I looked at everything before I even got the launch codes, right? So the sun would have probably already exploded if The time loop was already active. So that's why I'm not entirely sure, because I don't remember if at that point the cannon had already launched the probe. It might have? Well, I mean, maybe you can disregard that to a certain degree, because the time spent until you get the launch codes might be, you know, is obviously random, different from player to player. I don't know. I mean, yeah. It specifically says equipment failure, right? Which is why I'm thinking that maybe the cannon breaking apart is the reason for these things activating. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, this looks exactly like the same projection. The same one that we saw on Timber Hearth. 3 active statues. So one of them is us, one of them is Grabo, and one of them is somebody we don't know yet. I wonder how exactly these projections work, though. But I guess it really just is a device to make sure that... let's go into the gravity thing until we drop back down to the surface. What did I just say? Right, I just wonder whether or not... Well, what do I wonder, actually? I feel like I'm potentially overlooking something, but then again... It's not necessarily complicated so much as it is difficult to understand why exactly they would do this in the first place, right? I mean, it's certainly a neat idea to keep a storage of your memories around in case something goes wrong. It just seems so incredibly convenient considering everything that happened. Okay. Oh! Shoot. Well, I think in order to get up there, we need to be blown to space again, huh? Well, that's unfortunate. Because that can take some time until it happens. Because there's still... Oh. Well, I guess let's go back to the ship real quick then. At least now the door is open. Let's go. Okay. Let's refuel real quick. What? Yeah, that happens every time. Okay. Well, I don't think that there's a way that would allow me to lure these cyclones over to me, right? So I guess I just need to hope that another one comes by before the loop resets again. Yeah. Because with this, with 2 times gravity, my jetpack definitely isn't strong enough to get up there. Wait, that's not even the point I need to get to. That's the point I need to get to. And it also, it doesn't look like there's any other entrance over there, right? So... Well, now I wish there was something else to look at, but... I don't really think there is. Okay, well... Since 3 statues are active, right? Technically, it could also mean that this Daz guy... So this looks like their kind of first test of these things, right? The first time one got activated. So maybe the third one that's active is actually not one of our species that somehow accidentally paired with a statue, but maybe it's their memories that still remain here. Because this Das guy was paired with the statue originally. That could also be the case. Which maybe that would allow us to somehow access those memories and do something with them. I'm not really sure. Okay, yeah, this is... Now I wish these things would come by more often. Coming back to something that I said the very first time I saw one of the projections, though, I thought that somehow the projections would allow me to find a way into this Ash Twin project, right? That's what I originally thought. But if there's more a way to make sure that the statues or masks are okay, and considering that apparently they are actually surviving the supernova somehow, would I really be able to access that specific room from the outside? I mean, maybe they have some sort of... But it sounded as if they really sealed it, right? Not like there maybe would be a door we could open. Yeah, it was... there we go. It was definitely a quite unfortunate moment. But I didn't really realize. I thought that for some reason this platform up here was, well, accessible. I didn't really think about the gravity making it so impossible to get up here. Well, there we go. I was just afraid that I wasn't able to do it before the loop ended, but thankfully, it's fine. I'm curious, sending a being's memories back in time the same as sending the being itself back in time? Ooh. As an example, if we were to send my memories back in time, is that the same as sending me back in time? Not my physical body, but my essence. I imagine they're two different actions. Wouldn't both actions be effectively the same? Suppose that time was being rewritten. I believe this is different than receiving memories from what is effectively the future. But isn't the end result identical in either case? Holy okay. Well, that's a good way to open up a very, very difficult question. Holy shit, okay. So this kind of confirms that what they're doing is sending memories back in time? So... Well, that's a very fundamental question, isn't it? So... Oh boy. How do you take that apart? Okay, yeah, technically, I think I agree with their assessment that it doesn't really matter what you send back in time, because technically, the fact that you're sending anything back in time at all would, in theory, always influence that time, right? So, I'm sure you can maybe find some differences in, you know, sending memories back or sending yourself back, like your body. But yeah, I think that the end result would most likely be the exact same thing, right? I kind of want to go back, want to go down to these things. Maybe I could try that with my ship, although I feel like it's just going to break apart. So, does this come back to the whole observer question then? Because I'm wondering if, let's say, a random alien happened to pass by this specific solar system, would time loop for them too? I guess it's impossible to answer that, right? Because... Huh. Yeah, it's kind of impossible to answer without knowing more details about how this time loop possibly works. So it's difficult to say if it's really maybe just our perception of this. So since we're quote-unquote stuck in the loop and it's our memories that get sent back, we just experience the same thing over and over again, but we can do different things because we remember different things every time. But to an outside observer, it would still look like, well, the supernova happens once and everything's gone. How would this work? Well, it wouldn't work in reality, right? At least as far as we know, that wouldn't really be possible since, well, it just doesn't work. I don't know. The end result is something that doesn't really make sense, right? Because a time loop would only work if everything looped until you get out of it. Maybe to an outside observer, only the last loop that gets taken would count or something like that. Okay. Gabbro is lounging in a hammock near the island's shore. Gabbro found a Nomai statue on another island. The statue's eyes started glowing and Gabbro saw their memories flash before their eyes. Right, I kind of glossed over the fact that he literally told us that, but I was right in saying that he is definitely the second mask that is lit up when we look at the projection. Gabbro remembers dying. They saw their memories flash before their eyes, just like the time with the statue. Gabbro and I seem to be the only ones aware that we're in a time loop. And there is still more to explore here. Okay. Gabbro says there is a strong current beneath the surface of the ocean that prevents anything from sinking below it. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to test. Okay. The radio tower, designed to receive photos taken by the deep space satellites. So this is completely separate from most other things currently. We have the orbital probe cannon. The Nomai finished building the final module for the orbital probe cannon and sent it into orbit around Giant Sea. Okay, so another weird question then would be if I'm correct in assuming that what we see at the very start of the time loop is the probe, then obviously a big question would be why it hasn't been shot out earlier, right? Because if the Nomai really disappeared potentially 1,000 years ago or something from this solar system, then why would it only launch now? Unless it maybe needed to store some energy and they just sort of kept it to its own devices and just let it activate on its own for some reason. This island is where the Nomai built the orbital probe cannon. There's more to explore here. Wait, that was the construction yard, yeah. So it definitely missed something there. Although it didn't really look like it did. Ash Twin Project. The central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off. I think I already read that. Every memory recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within Ash Twin. I guess... So there would still have to be some sort of receiver, right? in order to store those memories. And somehow the projection device that we're using has to have a way to look into the whole thing. So even though it's completely sealed, I guess there has to be some sort of antenna or, well, some way to get information into it and out of it, right? So it can't be fully sealed. It's definitely not a completely closed system. Nomai statues were designed to pair with a single user, record the memories, and send those memories to a storage unit within the Ash Twin project. Oops. Wrong scroll thingy. Each storage unit inside the Ash Twin project was equipped with a mask, the statue's counterpart, which could then send those stored memories back to the corresponding user. I still feel like that's... we haven't really found out about the masks yet. I feel like. I don't know. Something... I just find it weird that the Nomai were portrayed wearing masks on a couple of these stone tablets. Because wouldn't a user for these memory cells still have to have a way for them to connect back to you? So you yourself need to have some sort of receiver on you or within you, and I guess a mask would be that. So, like, in my mind, the more logical way for you to do this would be to have a mask that stores your memories, and then a corresponding mask that you're wearing that kind of extracts your memories at all times, but can also put them back into your brain, you know, in case you want that, or in case you die or something happens. But we seem to be able to just pair to the statues without having any additional connection. Unless there's something that we're not really aware of that produces that very connection. Statues were designed to only activate once the Ash Twin project succeeded, or in the event that it failed. Which that is probably what happened, the last bit there. Okay, well. So far so good. So I could... You know what? Before I try to go down to the planet's core, which I'm pretty sure wouldn't really be possible for now, for us, currently. Let's try to find... Oopsie. Let's try to find this one island that was constantly floating by that had the weird red creature on it. Actually, navigating through these storms feels pretty tense. I don't know. Even though I don't think they wouldn't really do much to my spaceship, they would probably just throw us away from the planet. Oh, there it is. I don't know. Something about them just makes them feel very, very dangerous. Alright, let's see. There we go. That actually worked out better than I thought. Sadly, there's no gravity platform here, so... Ghost matter. Oh, well, that's not great. Okay. It's only further ahead. Yeah, that looks exactly like the things that seem to be below, near the planet's core. Just for some reason, caught in... whatever that is. Also, this weird thorn structure. It doesn't really look like anything else on the planet, right? Okay, that's what I would... like, that's this way, right? It doesn't look like there's anything on this side here. Hopefully. Okay, let's wait a second to come back down to the surface. I could probably retrieve this as well. There we go. Boom. Oh, I just noticed too. Oh, that's so cool. So the gravity indicator on your HUD actually goes up all the way to 14 when you hit the surface of the planet again. So that's 14G on your body, I guess. Well, that certainly explains why it died earlier, doesn't it? Or I think it kind of, yeah, definitely moved my ship. That's not good. Okay, so let's see here. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, it certainly is. Not the place I would have chosen, but I guess the Cyclone knows what it's doing, huh? Doesn't look too bad either. Okay, let's make sure to not walk through this. So it looks like to the right here is safe. Maybe? Oh, yeah, that's me. That looks... The sleeping bag's oddly big, isn't it? Wait, I can also just shoot the probe there, right? Okay, this all looks quite dangerous. To be entirely honest. Okay, that's fine. That's good. I don't fully remember. I feel like they were telling us something about this ghost matter back on Timber Hearth. Okay, that's me. So I can definitely move forward still. Ooh, hello. Why is there a jetpack tank here? How does that work? Okay. So I can walk up to these things. Okay, there's a planet 27 kilometers away. Good to know, I guess. Was kind of expecting to be able to do more here. Why is it? Oh, there we go. Trip 4, entry number whatever. Crashes 2. Boring crashes 0. Remember to see Slade when I get back. Yeah. All the way down to the core. Consider yourself conquered, Giant Steep. You just got feldsparred. Oh. So he was here, huh? That was one of my more dramatic feats, if I do say so myself. Can't believe I wasn't electrocuted. Can't wait to tell Hornfels and Gosson about this one. I guess brute force isn't always the answer. Right. So that's one more off the list. Seems all that's left is the big one now. Dark Bramble, here I come. So this was the second to last planet he visited then? And he was somehow able to go to the core. Oh, is that the sun? Yes, okay. Well, it doesn't really look like there's anything else to discover here, right? I guess as long as I don't really know what the ghost matter is about, it doesn't really explain why these things are captured within this stuff. Okay, so At least that now explains. I'm still not entirely sure why the third eye is specifically the one that we're like going through whenever this mask appears. Well, we're clearly going into the mask that seems to be located in the Ash Twin project. Which that's a very, very cool, you know, way of showing that. Should I try to get to that probe? I wonder if that's a thing that we can do. But I guess I would have had to somehow mark it? I mean, I still saw it. It might be very, very difficult to locate. Is that it? Is that the probe? Is that just very far away, or is it... Because it also looked like it was moving very quickly. Does... Aligning flight trajectory, returning to solar system? Wait, what? Okay, that is definitely something. Is it forcing me to go back, though? Okay. Maybe I need to be quicker with this? Stage 2 accelerating toward destination. Oh, it's not letting me... Okay. Maybe I need to be quicker. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't let you just roam around freely. It looks like the ship has kind of a, you know, built-in safety mechanism to keep you in the solar system. Or did I activate the autopilot? Wait, did I? Oh, that might have been it. Oh, that was unfortunate then. Wait, when did I press the D-pad though? Did I just accidentally hit that? Well, anyways, then I guess I can do it again? Or was it automatic? Maybe it is some sort of safety system, because I also... It targeted the sun automatically, right? Well, whatever. I can try that again, I guess. But it definitely looked like it was reachable. Technically, I think I even flew past it. So I was further outside of the solar system than the probe was, but I, well, I don't know. It didn't really look too big, though. So I'm not really sure what I would even do if I had been closer to it. Well, anyways, I need to find a new place to go. I guess I could try going to the Ash Twin project now that I know more about it. That would be that one, right? Let's see if we can land on that thing. Oh, wrong direction. There we go. I must have accelerated quite a bit. Okay, this looks better. Though I am fairly fast. Yeah, I'm definitely way too fast. Okay. There we go. I wonder why it's targeting that one specifically instead of the other one. Oh, I do recognize that device there on the bottom. Wait, when did I see a picture of that? At some point I definitely did. Okay, let's see. There's the campfire, so let's go there first. Let's see. There we go. Landing successful. Suit up. Helps prevent baby astronauts from disappearing into deep space. Yeah, that probably would be pretty bad. I guess it does make sense that the ship has a safety function like that. That automatically sends you back. Although we weren't even that far out, right? It was about, what, 45 kilometers or 50 away from the sun? Okay. Ooh, okay, this has very low gravity. No, wait, 0.8. It's not actually that low. Who the hell are you? Wait a second. This way is... There we go. Goodness, it's you! Hello! I take it your first launch went well then. It was my... I don't know, how many loops have we gone through? Well, I don't know how long one loop is, so probably a lot at this point. At least 10, probably more. Welcome to the Hourglass Twins. Mind the sand now. What are you up to? Hornfels asked me to update our star charts, so I'm out here observing. This is one of the best places in the solar system to spot astronomical events, you know? What's weird is, I've actually seen a couple of supernovae today. Wait, really? Usually, I'd be fortunate to see just one. Keep an eye or 4 on the stars, and maybe you'll spot one yourself. How do I know if I've spotted a supernova? Supernovae look like extra bright stars to the naked eye, but if you zoom in with your signal scope, you can tell that they're actually enormous explosions. Massive stars go supernova at the very end of their lifespans, which is why it's so unusual to see 2 in a single day. So is something accelerating the explosion of these stars then? Potentially also our star. I wonder if some of these stars are older than we realized. Or maybe something is accelerating their demise. What are you doing here? Right now I'm documenting stars. Hornfels noticed our star charts are out of date, so they asked me to update them. Please don't tell the others I said this, but sometimes I think I'm the only traveler out here interested in doing any science at all. You kind of look like an Easter version of R2-D2, by the way. Maybe don't tell Hornfels either. I think they're pretty deep in denial. Where should I explore here? To be honest, I haven't left this lake bed. I don't mean to brag, but I'm really quite good with a little scout, so I've been taking pictures of everything from right here in my campsite. Yeah, he looks like a little egg, doesn't he? Have you seen the old shipwreck site on Ember Twin's southern hemisphere? The one shooting a bright beam of light into the sky. It's not one of our crashes, surprisingly enough. This one's a Nomai ship. Oh. You'll find Nomai ruins across the Twins, but strangely not a single settlement. Believe me, if there's one to see, I'd have seen it with my little scout. Well, you know, that thing in the background there? I think that's technically, well, not a settlement, but something much more important. So where did they live? Not on the surface, clearly. Ember Twin is full of cave systems, though. Maybe the answer lies underground. How dangerous is that big column of falling sand? Oh, that's why they call it the Hourglass Twins. I was wondering about that, because from afar it just looked weird. That's supposed to be sand, then. On a scale of 1 to dead, I'd give it a 7 or 8. Awfully pretty, though. Right now, sand is flowing from Ash Twin to Ember Twin. But did you know the process eventually reverses? We're not completely sure why the sand flows back and forth between the twins, but it seems to be a natural phenomenon. Oh, if you'd like to see something interesting, check out the other twin once a little more of its sand drains off. I promise you won't be disappointed. And then we can also tell them that we found something. Found your notes about the Atlaroc's main crater. Did you? I hope they were useful. The planet I mentioned may have been frozen solid or just partially made of ice, like a much colder giant's deep. It's hard to say. It used to be the 5th planet in our solar system. You'll notice, of course, that there is no such planet now. In its place is dark bramble, which, how to put this, grew into the space the 5th planet used to occupy. How the hell does that happen? That is, dark bramble quite literally appeared at the center of the 5th planet and began destroying it from the inside out. Eventually, the planet shattered completely and its shards were flung across space. Some of these shards collided with the celestial bodies in our solar system, such as the Atlaroc, which I believe is how its biggest crater was formed. Wow. So I wonder, on Giant Steep, the red things, the red animal squid things, the thing they were encased in, is that also something that originated in the Bramble, or from the former Bramble planet thing? Because it looked somewhat similar in terms of its material, right? I love how these guys are so completely unfazed by what's going on around them, right? This thing is literally 2 planets connected by sand that build like a giant hourglass thingy that's seemingly floating pretty close to the sun. It's pretty fast in how it's like turning and everything, and he just sits here playing music, you know, next to the campfire, just roasting a bunch of marshmallows. Really, really chill, these guys. Also, is it already getting towards the end of the loop? Wait, that's my ship, right? Oh, hey! The small little asteroid thingy. Seeing it from up close, it almost looks like a space station, right? Or at least like a mini Death Star that has ice attached to it. Felt like that's what it looked like from up close. Wait, that... Is that his ship? Because that's not mine. Huh. Okay, yeah, that's not even a cave system. That's literally just an empty planet for the most part. So, does this thing eventually fill up with sand? When would the process actually reverse, though? Hello, what the hell? Hey, another one of these projection things. Suit puncture. Wait, what? Oh. Oopsie. I didn't even notice I was walking into those things. Well, that certainly explains the puncture. I was really confused there for a second. I thought I walked into something, you know, invisible or... I don't know. Okay, I'm missing the plate, though. Yeah, another pointy thing. There's a bunch of pointy things around, honestly. Whoa. Wait, can this thing... Oh. Yeah, it can actually shoot through. That's pretty awesome. Well, I mean... pretty much looks like it looks from the outside, though, right? Okay. So this is some sort of giant space station thingy. Ooh. Holy shit, that really looks awesome. Okay, that can't be a coincidence though, right? So we're dealing with some sort of weird time loop. We don't really know how it started, but our memories are stored apparently in that thing that just flew past. And these two twin planets are building a giant hourglass of sorts. That has to be connected somehow, right? So, did the Nomai somehow... Were they able to build a literal hourglass that can influence time somehow? And maybe for some reason it got activated? Okay. I guess that's just his ship then. Kind of funny that it's just parked here. Okay. But I guess it needs to be somewhere, right? Although, it also means that Grabo's ship on Giant's Deep probably did just fly away because of the weird gravity thingies. Or not gravity, but because of the cyclones. And he just doesn't care, I guess. Oh. Yeah, it's literally filling up with sand. What the hell? Man, this effect... How do you even come up with this stuff? That is such a cool idea for a planet. Oh boy, can it literally crush me to death? Probably, right? Okay, so if you want to explore these caves, you need to go in here early on, I guess. Wait, so since I'm already here... Ooh, don't go too fast. Because the sun does look as if it's exploding, you know... in a couple minutes, tops. It does look rather weird though, doesn't it? No, wait a second. It doesn't look weird at all. That's the... Oh. That's why it looks so strange with the whole... almost like a shield around it, right? So when the time loop starts, like right at the beginning, it's a whole planet. It's just a giant ball of sand. And then slowly but surely all the sand gets transferred over to this side of the planet, or of the twin planets. And it actually looks like it's counting up to the sun exploding, doesn't it? Because pretty sure that side of the planet was almost empty. Shit. What side is it coming back up from? Yeah, that looks like it's going off any minute now. I should probably also go back to my ship, although I might be dead anyways. But I want to see this. Oh! Wait, what? Okay. Oh, there we go. It's not super easy to tell since we last saw it, but yeah, the core is definitely getting smaller. Okay. Well, I'm fairly certain that whatever is going on here is connected to this. So it's not only our memories that are connected to Ash Twin, but the whole time loop itself is somehow connected to this weird construct. And these giant pillar things, maybe they're a way to control the flow of the sand? That does make me wonder, though, if we could somehow influence these things, would I be able to reverse the time flow? Don't really think that's possible, but maybe somehow at the very end we'd be able to do that. Okay, that looks very similar to the probe launch cannon thing, at least in terms of its design. But I guess we know that the Nomai built this anyways, right? So it makes sense that it would look very similar. Okay. Wait a second. Maybe I'm not entirely correct, though? So now it looks like the flow of sand has stopped, right? So now this thing is empty, like the other one, and this is full. But the sun hasn't exploded yet. Is it gonna start to reverse the sand flow now? Or is that not something that happens? But that also means that these two things, they aren't connected at all. They are connected by gravity. Like, I guess they built, you know, a gravity system, if you will. But they're not connected by any sort of bridge. Because at first I thought that maybe, you know, where the sand is flowing is actually some sort of mechanical device slash bridge or something like that. That literally connects the two planets, but it doesn't really. Okay. So that's the sun gone. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Holy shit. Okay, that looked incredible. Like it's slowly rotating behind the horizon of the planet I was standing on. It's actually quite a shame that the supernova goes off so fast, because the sun turning into this white, or would it be like a neutron star for a short second, maybe? Looks really, really impressive. Okay, I guess let's very quickly try to catch up to the probe again, then. Wait, okay, this time the quantum moon's there? Still haven't really figured out how that is supposed to work. Okay, I see the probe flying off. Let's try this again and just be aware that the autopilot might engage. Is that it? It should be, hopefully. Hopefully I'm not flying into the completely wrong direction here. But, well, I tried to point the signal scope at it last time, and it didn't really do much. Okay, I think I'm catching up to it. Okay, nope. Well, the problem is that it's really, really difficult to catch it. Because it doesn't really look like you're able to match its velocity or something, right? Also, it doesn't really let me untarget the sun, I think. I wonder how far you can fly outside of the solar system then. Because we're 80 kilometers away now. Will it just... maybe it will just destroy the ship at some point? Okay, the probe's actually... I think slower than I thought originally. Fuck's sake. God, this is really, really difficult to catch up with though. Because you don't have any indication how fast you are compared to it. Now I flew past my own scout probe. Yeah, this is really, really difficult to target. Oh, now we can! Okay, perfect. So you just need to get close enough, I suppose? Okay. Oh, it has the cool, like the, whatever that was called on it. The thing they're looking for, right? The Eye of the Universe? This looks slightly precarious, honestly. I don't think I'm supposed to land on this. Says the person traveling at hundreds of meters per second. Yeah, I mean... it just looks very fast, right? Because you also need to catch up to it. Okay, honestly, I have no idea what I'm even doing here. Okay, technically... can I, like... oh boy. It's actually quite scary. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, I mean, we're traveling at relative velocity to it, right? So technically... eh, it shouldn't be too scary to do this. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what I'm even doing here. Doesn't look like I can do anything, really. Oh. Oopsie. That's... okay, that's still a signal that's emitted from our solar system. It said something like 180 kilometers away. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're supposed to be doing with this, because... it really doesn't do anything. But it is still... it is still moving away, right? Yeah. Actually, not as fast as I thought. Well, that's very cheery music, considering that we're flying off into deep space, and potentially dying. Well, so... Guess now I know what it looks like. I would be quite, you know... disappointed if I ultimately think that nothing's going on here, but then later on discover that maybe, you know, there is something else that I can do here. really doesn't look like it. I mean, I thought that maybe there was something written on it, right? But aside from this eye thingy being on it, that's pretty much it. It only displays error, too. Do I want to try? I could try to fly back, I suppose. Can I even get back into my ship? Come on. Or... Nope, that's not where I wanted to go. Come back. There we go. It rotates slightly. That's interesting, I guess. Okay. Let's try to disengage from it. Okay. That is certainly very strange. I did not expect there to be nothing at all on this thing. Let's actually try to fly back. At least I know that I can get to it. And it's also really, really interesting to see that it literally lets you fly very, very far away from the solar system. There has to be a limit to that though, right? Or, I guess they could literally, because the game's gonna reset anyways, right? I'm fairly certain that we're not out of the time loop yet. Or, well, surely we're not. So, at some point the game would just start over again. Even if we're potentially thousands of kilometers away from the solar system. And technically, we shouldn't really be able to approach anything else, right? Because the next solar system would be way too far away from us. But I'm still quite surprised that it let us go out this far. Although, yeah, the autopilot definitely engages automatically. That might be something that you can deactivate, though, right? In the options? I think there was an option for it. It might not count towards this, though. It's already firing the retro rockets at 120 kilometers away. Interesting autopilot. I really don't know what to make of this, though. So wait a second. If I hold, right? Match velocity, right. So it should match the velocity with the sun, which should in theory mean that we're stopping, correct? Is that possible? This was a very, very long journey for seemingly nothing. Okay, I just wanted to see. Right. Velocity matched. So now, in theory, I can just walk around in my ship and I won't crash into anything. Let's see. Bramble Island. Shirts Camp. Nomai Shipwreck. Underground Settlement. So that's what he told us about, right? Try to set up their astronomy gear on the North Pole of Ember Twin. I didn't even realize it was the North Pole. Chitra spotted an unusually high number of supernovae recently. Which, that's definitely concerning. Chert thinks the lack of surface ruins means the Nomai must have lived somewhere underground. Chert saw a Nomai shipwreck shooting a beam of light into the sky somewhere in between southern hemisphere. Actually makes me wonder what the colors mean. Is it whenever we do something connected to a certain planet? I'm a big fan of this chart, by the way. Okay. Well, I mean, this is where I went last. So it might be worth it to continue exploring there, right? Um... I completely forgot about this. So somehow I wanted to go... I actually wanted to go to this, because this is one of the first things that I discovered. But I decided to go to... what's it called? To the... To Gabbro's thingy? Deep's Giant Steep? Instead of... Brittle Hollow? Well, now I started the other one, so let's actually mark this thing. And he said on the southern hemisphere, probably close to the South Pole again. Corkboard with string format, yeah. It's a really, really cool system. I think one of the best things about this is the game gives you just enough information and just enough ways to keep track of everything so that it never is really confusing. You know, it keeps everything in mind for you. Yet at the same time, it also doesn't really give anything away. So that's pretty cool. I wonder how long they had to figure this stuff out to both make it, you know, usable for the player, yet at the same time also don't, you know, make it obvious whenever there is a connection that you can still find out yourself. Oh, now it mentions that Feldspar found a way to reach the core of Giant Steep. Dogfats, good morning. Good morning to you too. Bramble Island, Thorny Vines, appears to be... Oh, it actually mentions this now. I hadn't realized that that it updated with the data of what we found there. I guess I must have done that when I found Feldspar's diary, right? What appears to be frozen jellyfish. It looks like Feldspar camped here before heading off to Dark Bramble. Yeah. That definitely makes me think that that's one of those seats that we found. I wonder if there maybe would have been another one of those entrances where I can shoot my scout drone into. Maybe it would have shown us more stuff about Dark Bramble. Oh, I'm enjoying it a lot. It definitely lives up to its reputation, which is very, very unusual when it comes to video games, right? Typically, they're not as good as their reputation, but this one so far has fulfilled, well, everything. I think it's an incredible experience so far. I guess it's somewhat difficult to really, you know, rate it too much at this point in time, because obviously I think the crazier parts are probably still to come, and I'm really interested to see how it comes together at the end, because I feel like we've already had some revelations that told us a little bit about the background and about what's potentially happening here, but at the same time, I'm still in the dark about a lot of things too. So it's going to be incredibly interesting to see, I think, where it goes next. And also, I haven't even visited half the locations even that seem to be in the game, so that's pretty cool. When I launch my scout into the seat that crashed on Timber Hearth, it ends up in a much bigger... Oh yeah, I've already read that too. Okay. Wait, I did mark the location, right? Yeah. So, let's go back there for now. There we go. This one. Wait, the rumor log, that's... You mean the one I just looked at? The thing where everything, like, shows up with connected dots and lines and whatnot? Or was there another one? Oh boy. Nope. Nope. I always want to fly to these things very quickly, and then I realize, nope, that's not actually possible. Okay, judging by the sand, we do still have quite a bit of time. Ooh, I think I actually flew a bit awfully close to the sun. Oopsie, I guess. Okay, let's slow down a bit now. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, so there is like a giant chasm that surrounds the island, I suppose, right? Let's actually land over here. Still a bit too fast. Okay. I wonder what it would actually feel like to stand in that giant pile of sand that's flowing down. Does remind me a little bit of the cyclones, right? Just in the reverse direction. Okay. Okay, so considering that these things seem to exist in most places, I'm fairly certain that somehow I would be able to activate them and potentially go to these places much quicker than I can now by just teleporting to them. Okay, the problem is at this point, most of this planet has already filled with sand. Well, then again, it doesn't look too bad. Let's just follow the blue light, I suppose. Okay, that's another... why is there this... that looks like we won't be able to go through, yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Ooh, hello. Oh! Well, I guess now it's time to take a look at how this looks. Oof. Okay, so it does damage you quite a bit, actually. What a cool effect. Holy shit. The sound design of this game really is something else. Also, it explains why the planet has this deep chasm around it, because that's the exact axis where the other one rotates around. So the, it literally creates this chasm with the flow of the sand, I suppose. Huh. Okay, so in order to continue here, I'm pretty sure I need a way to get past the ghost matter stuff. Okay, there's something on the ground here I'm gonna look at. This is where it was earlier, right? I guess I just overlooked the fact that I could go down here? Probably. Note, this door will need to remain closed for some time. Pi and I are running an experiment based on the extraordinary findings from the White Hole Station. An update. The High Energy Lab is now being used to design the Ash Twin project. If you're here to help, or even just to observe, be sure to use the Sunless City path to the lab. Okay. Rami and I will be running this experiment until one of us, specifically me, can prove the other wrong. So although it's inconvenient, the lab currently can only be accessed by the path from the Sunless City. Inviting sand inside would disrupt our setup and could have enormous consequences. We realize this is an intriguing prospect, but the door must remain closed nonetheless. High Energy Lab. Oh, that's one of these orbs, but broken this time. So they really didn't want anyone to go into the door. The Sunless City, 300 meters. Well, that's where I just tried to go in, right? I'm pretty sure. This giant pile of sand looks so awesome. Oh yeah, I'm definitely planning to play the DLC. I bought the, well, whatever the edition was called that came with it, right? So, yeah. Once I'm through the main game, although maybe I'm just gonna accidentally stumble into the DLC. I have absolutely no idea where that would be, right? Because it might be one of those things, like FromSoft likes to do it, where they're just hiding access to the DLC in some very, very difficult to reach location, or, you know. I don't, obviously have no idea how it works here, but just judging by the nature of the game, I would think that maybe it might be something like that. Okay, it feels like I'm not really able to do much here yet. Because the entrance seems to be closed, and there's dark matter in the way. Okay, wait, where does this go? Guess it's covered up now. So maybe I need to come here even earlier. What I could try, though, now that the sand has gone away from the other thing, right? Let's heal. I wonder if it'd be possible to land on that. Ooh. Doesn't actually look impossible if I can do it right. Come on. There we go. The only issue is that it's pretty late in the loop, so might not be able to hang around for too long. Okay. That looks somewhat similar to the potential teleportation devices we saw. Ooh, hello. Ah, some writing. Am I upside down? I think I might be. Here's our first delivery. Yarrow, 1 warp core fresh from the Black Hole Forge. Root is installing this core's sibling on Brittle Hollow as I write this. My gratitude, Clary. With this, the Ashtwin project is underway. I confess, I'm deeply curious about what you and Poke found on the Whitehall station that started this project. Could I visit sometime to learn more? I recommend you do. The Whitehall station is the model for the towers being built for the Ashtwin project, so a visit to the station would be doubly useful. I suppose more precisely, I would like to visit the Whitehall station with you, Clary. Yarrow, stop using the scroll wall to flirt with my sister in romantic matters. Her density rivals a neutron star. Whoa, okay. And go meet her on the Whitehall station. I'd be happy to explain our findings. I wish I could wait here for you to arrive, but the forge and my unfinished work there is calling. I'll return with more material soon. Okay. Wait, so this is based on something that had already existed prior? Because it sounds like they based the design of the station on something they found on this Whitehall station, whatever it is. Wait, why is my ship over there? Did it fall? Or did the... Maybe the sand can, like, knock you down? Is that what happened? Did the sand knock my ship to the other planet? Okay. Alright, so this looks like the rock they were mining on Timber Hearth, right? The rock with the A star-like structure? So this seems like the outer layer of the chamber where the memories are potentially stored, as far as we know. Man, there's so much to look at here. I don't even know where to go or where to look next. Oh, this is really high. Oh, hello. Huh. Okay, so now we're on the, this is the south pole of this planet. That's what you can see from, you know, further away. There are these two big giant antenna things sticking out. Oh, wait. So these must be the antenna that are capturing the memory data, right? Or sending it back out again, depending. And they connect to the central core, which is protected by the rocks they mined on Timber Hearth. Okay. Can't really do much with that information, but... I guess... maybe it also isn't the worst idea to look for whatever this white hole thing is supposed to be first. Ooh. The planet's rotating so quickly, we're kind of pushed against the rocks, I think. Because if it is true that they built this after a design or after some sort of phenomenon that they found on this supposed white hole thing, or the station they built there, then I wonder if... I actually didn't think I would make it back up. I wonder if that would give us more answers than looking at this place for now. Okay. Well, this is actually not... Why is this moving upwards instead of down? Oh boy. Okay. Well... that is rather curious, isn't it? I have to look at the ship's log again. Because I want to know how it's presented there. Yeah, that's... So... I'm still confused about the probe. I wonder if what they want you to do is actually to look at the probe cannon rather than the probe itself. Unless there's something to the probe that you can only really know once you know more about it. But there seem to be a bunch of things where that's the case. Okay, let's take a look at the log. White Hole Station High Energy Lab. Ash Twin Towers. Black Hole Forge. Okay. So, does that mean that there is a black hole somewhere and a potential white hole somewhere? So white holes are in reality, are like a physical theory, right? They could theoretically exist as far as I know, but we've never really seen evidence for that. Whereas obviously black holes we've already observed and even taken pictures of at this point. But typically I guess one of the potential theories that people have always speculated about is kind of a connection between black holes and white holes, right? This idea of, well, if you could theoretically venture into a black hole, would you come out of a white hole? Something like that. So I wonder if maybe that's what's happening here. And maybe that would be our way in. If I somehow discovered a black hole and we flew in there, would we come out of the white hole? So the door to this high energy lab is closed. Several large nomad towers form a ring around Ash Twin's equator. The White Hole Station was used as a model for these towers, which were built for the Ash Twin project. And obviously, there's still more to explore there. The experiments at the High Energy Lab were based on extraordinary findings from the White Hole Station. So, well, yeah, logically speaking, it would make more sense to look there first, right? To understand whatever they were actually trying to build with the Ash Twin project. The towers on Ash Twin were modeled after the White Hole Station, okay. The High Energy Lab can only be accessed by a path from the Sunless City. And that was currently closed off with the ghost matter. Which I've now seen in a lot of different locations. So, maybe at this point I should somehow learn how to deal with that, but I've actually no clue how you would potentially find out how to. The Nomai crafted warp cores at the Black Hole Forge before delivering them to Ash Twin. This is only really mentioning a Black Hole Forge, though, so it doesn't necessarily mean that a black hole exists, right? It means more that maybe they created, what's it called? Artificial black holes in order to forge something, whatever that means. But I guess they crafted warp cores? So the warp core? Yeah. So if I were to find either the White Hole Station or a potential black hole or this forge, maybe that's the way to get access to the warp stations. Or what I think are warp stations anyways. There is a path leading to the High Energy Lab from the Sunless City. Yeah, but I cannot access it right now. I think, yeah, this is all the unread stuff. Okay. A lot of things to consider. A lot of things to consider. Okay. I think this is good. Yeah, where to next? That's the big question. But I think, unfortunately, this is where I'll have to stop for now, for today, because it's been about 8 hours. Well, I've taken a bit of a longer lunch break, but I do still need to do some other stuff too today. So I think this is where I'm going to stop. There's still a bunch of question marks here, though. So more than enough stuff to check out next time. I think... I do have a feeling that the twin planets for now are not necessarily the best destination. I think I'm kind of still locked out on those. Maybe potentially after I find out how to deal with the ghost matter, unless I could obviously return to Ash Twin again, because I felt like maybe there was another way to access that thing somehow. Oh, thanks. I really appreciate that. I like to do that too. I'm also a person who loves to see other people's first experience to games that I like a lot. So I definitely understand. It's a mutual feeling. That's really, really cool. And yeah, I'm absolutely loving the game. This is exactly my kind of thing. You know, figuring out these, because it's the right amount. It's such a perfect combination of, you know, kind of puzzles, but they're also connected to some inherent logic of the game world, connected to lore, right? To ideas about the species and history of this particular solar system that we're exploring here. And then obviously the fact that they're basing a lot of this on actual, you know, physics and ideas that exist either theoretically or in real life, or things that we've observed in the universe, but obviously are just very, very far away. And to not only see them in a game or see them realized in a game, but they've hit, I feel like, the perfect spot of I guess you could call it miniaturizing these effects, right? And putting them into this kind of small, almost playground solar system that just seems to be perfectly suited to facilitate this kind of exploration. It's absolutely incredible. Such a cool idea, and so well realized too. I'm really, really looking forward to where this goes next. But yeah, I think that next time... The Ash Twin project seems to be almost at the core of the whole time loop deal, or at least it's very, very centrally connected to the memory storage, right? So maybe it might not be... Maybe it's kind of a good idea to... I don't really want to say, you know, push it to the side or anything, but... because obviously that's one of the most interesting leads that I have currently, but I think I might need a little bit more context to fully explore that. So, you know, maybe it might be a good idea next time I start to just go to this thing where I've kind of wanted to go right from the start, but then got completely sidetracked. So Brittle Hollow's South Pole, or Brittle Hollow in general, might be a good idea to continue our exploration, and maybe that'll lead into more discoveries and more. So I feel like, yeah, there definitely is a couple of the ghost matter is one thing, the potential warp destinations are another thing, where I feel like those might be, you know, mechanics that I need to learn how to deal with in order to proceed, or to more quickly proceed through other parts of the game. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna look into next. But anyways, that's gonna be it for now. Let's see, quit and reset loop to the main menu. Yes. I like this idea, by the way. Somehow, even though it's a bit unusual, I guess, to only have one save spot, although I'm sure if you... technically, I could probably just copy over the save data from my console and, you know, store it somewhere else, and then it would be fine to start another playthrough. But something about it actually makes the game feel... well, more real is not the right way to describe it, I think, but it has a... I think it facilitates this idea of a time loop more, right? Almost as if you're... it's not one safe game, but instead you're actually restarting the game every time the loop restarts. And it's not the game that collects more and more information, but it's actually you as the player who does that. It's a very kind of subtle thing, and maybe I'm even interpreting a little bit too much into it, but I do think it works quite well in this particular scenario. But anyways, this was fun. It was incredible. I can see why people like this game so much. I can see why people like to watch others go through it, because that's what I'm gonna do. I know that now already. I do know a couple of streamers that I fairly frequently watch that have played this game, and I purposefully stayed away from those streams because I knew that I wanted to play too. But obviously, once I'm through, I'm definitely going to go back and watch their VODs and their experiences through it, because, yeah, I can definitely see this being a fantastic experience to relive. Also, it definitely seems to be one of those games that is incredibly special to go through for the very first time. And so, sadly, there's never going to be a second time through it, right? So, the only way to get that experience back somewhat is to watch others go through it, which can also be an incredible experience. As I mentioned, you know, I definitely like to do that myself a lot of the time. Yeah. Anyways, that's gonna be it for now. It was a ton of fun. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the follows as well. And I'm not entirely sure if I have time tomorrow to continue playing. If I do, I'll probably start around the same time, which will be, what is it, 7 UTC, which is 9 AM my time. Might be able to do that. If I'm not able to, then I'm definitely going to continue on Wednesday, because I know that I have time there. Other than that, I will be returning to some Final Fantasy XIV raiding tomorrow evening for a little bit, because my static raid group is still going through the Omega Protocol, the latest ultimate that they released. But yeah, so latest back to Outer Worlds is going to be Wednesday. Other than that, it's going to be maybe tomorrow, if I do find the time to do it. But yeah, again, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And maybe I'll see you next time. Till then. Bye-bye. Where's my mouse? There it is. Bye.